A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now for our story. Mary, spurred on by the desire to see her family, came home yesterday from the hospital. But Max was not there. We discovered later that Max was in a secret corner of the basement of Carter's Hotel with Daddy Stratford, examining what may prove to be the cause of Mary's sudden and violent illness. A hole punched in the pipe leading from Stratford Springs, and a device for infusing a strange white powder into the stream of water. This stream, we know, is the water that was used by the bottling works. Our story today opens at the Sanders mansion, where we discover a quiet little scene between Mary and Max.
Max, don't sit over there like I wasn't in the room. Take a little stool and come sit here by me.
Hey, you talking to me, Mary?
Of course, Max.
Oh, yes, sure. Sorry, Toots. I ain't much company this afternoon, am I?
Aren't you glad I've come home, Max?
Oh, sure, Toots. Hey, where's that stool? Huh?
Under the couch there.
Oh.
It's just naked would bite you.
There, I'm a dope today, ain't I?
You're not your old self lately, Max. I came home this morning expecting to find you here to greet me, and you didn't come home until 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Well, I didn't know you was coming home today, Mary. You ought to take a chance like that, leaving the hospital.
But I needed to come home, Max. There's so much to take care of, and I didn't see you very often at the hospital.
Toots, I did come every day.
Oh, but once a day wasn't enough for me to see you. And I needed your company so much.
Well, there's lots to do, Mary, since you've been sick.
Oh, you poor darling, I know. And how I wanted to be home. As soon as I regained consciousness from that terrible illness, I thought of you and the twins. I wanted to look about and see you around me. Oh, Max, it's an awful thing to yearn for somebody you love and not be able to go to them. Just wait until they come to you. I tried to wait longer at the hospital, but I couldn't. Even if it killed me, Max, I couldn't have stayed away from here another day.
Yeah. Huh? Oh, I suppose not.
Max, you're not listening to a word I said.
Sure, Mary. I heard every word. Go on, I'm listening.
When I came home this morning, you don't know how I longed for you to rush and take me in your arms and say, "Why, Mary, what are you doing here? I didn't know you were coming home." And I would have said, "Max, darling, I needed to come home. I needed just to lie in your arms and rest." But you weren't here. There wasn't a soul in the house, and it was empty. John Benson helped me get settled in this easy chair. Funny, Max, how empty and lonely a house is 1 minute without people, and the next minute how full and warm it is with people. Max, you're not listening to me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Toots. I don't mean to be... Oh, I guess I ain't good company this afternoon.
What's bothering you?
Oh, nothing, Toots. Nothing at all.
Well, aren't you glad I'm home?
Oh, sure, Mary. Sure, I'm glad.
I don't believe it, Max.
Oh?
You're heading back to the Vic plant. You haven't even kissed me except once.
Oh, sorry, Toots. There. How's that?
Terrible. Such a kiss. Just like a chicken breast.
Mary, I don't feel like kissing today.
Oh, it's my fault, I suppose. You're getting tired of my long illness.
Oh, Mary, don't say that. Well...
What's the trouble, Max?
Mary, I feel so blue.
Oh, my poor little boy. Put your head in my lap. Oh, no. It's all been piling up on you. Everything was going along so nicely, and then suddenly it all went wrong. But we'll set it all right again, darling.
Oh, I don't know, Mary. Can things be set right after they're done?
I'm sure they can.
No, I don't know. Some things can't.
What things do you mean?
Oh, I can't say, but Mary, I got awfully discouraged a minute ago.
You need to talk about it. Then it all seems like nothing. It's just like some little boy's problems become so overwhelming, just can't see around them. But when he comes and tells his mother, he suddenly realizes they were all nothing. I'm sure big boys, husbands, fathers, all men are only little boys grown up.
I guess that fits me to a great big ball and hoodlum. I ought to be ashamed of myself. Well, you just pretend that you didn't see me letting my hair down like this, huh?
However did you, of all people, pick up that expression, Max, letting your hair down?
Well, us mugs used to say that about the sissies when I was a tough guy. Now I guess my chickens have come home to hatch.
Come home to roost, you mean? And now you snap out of it, or I'll toot your ear.
Hey, you've been listening to Burberry again. Say, I'm going to crown that guy for spoiling the good old USA's English.
Oh, that's much better, Max. You should smile all the time. You're handsome, man. I fall head over heels in love with you every time you smile.
Sure, I let her smile like a cat all the time. Yeah, how's this, huh? The old toothpaste grin, huh?
Well, it's no joke, Max.
Huh?
You have a wonderful smile, and you should use it.
I wish there was one guy that I could use it on and do some good.
Who's that?
Carter. Oh, say, I just remembered. I got to see Doc Benson this afternoon. Gosh, don't you realize, Mary? I'm a businessman. I got lots to do. Say, I better get out of here. The day will be gone before I know it.
All right. Forget about Carter.
Huh?
I've kept you only a half hour. Now, you run on and don't waste time talking with everybody you meet on the street.
Well, are them orders from headquarters?
Them are orders from headquarters.
And I obey. Sir, President of the Stratford Springs Corporation, General of our forces, I go.
My hero and servant, go.
Goodbye, Kurt. I'll see you this evening.
All right, don't come home too late, will you?
No, I won't be too late.
Bye, darling.
Hello, Doc. Say, can I see you a minute? I beg your pardon.
Hello, Freshie. Come in.
Huh?
I was just finishing with this consultation.
Oh.
Come in. Miller, take our patient back to his room. You keep off that food now, Joe. Come on, Mike.
Doc, I didn't snoop in on you, did I? Huh?
No, that was all right. But for Pete's sake, don't ever breathe in when I'm in the operating room.
Huh?
Run down to my office.
Oh, sure. I'll remember that, Doc. You know, in my business, I say what I feel like when I feel like. I guess with you horse doctors, it's different, huh?
Good thing I like you, Max.
Fine.
I'd lambaste anybody else who called me a horse doctor.
Okay. Boy, I guess I'm tops around here, huh?
Yeah, and don't take advantage of it. Come on in.
Okay.
Well, you haven't anything on your mind, I'm sure.
Huh?
You never do.
What do you mean?
How's my invalid over at your house today?
Oh, Mary, say, she's much better today. She's got more strength today, Doc.
That's fine.
Yeah.
You know, I was a little worried the other day when she insisted on coming home. She went out of the hospital about a week before she should.
Yeah.
But I guess Viola, Nurse Miller running over from time to time, keep her in good shape.
Sure.
Now, how about you, Max?
Huh?
You been taking good care of her?
Well, Doc, I guess I ain't been doing as much as I should. I've been worried the past few days.
About what?
Well, that's what I come to see you about. About something I've seen over the bottling works.
You didn't find any more bottles of water poison? Say, I meant to tell you.
Yeah?
Don't let a soul touch those cases of water until we've tested every one.
Now, don't worry, Doc. I won't. But it's something else. This white powder here. Take a look at this stuff in this bag here. Tell me what it is. Sterilize it, will you?
Analyze it, you mean, Max?
Yeah.
Let's see it. I got an idea what it is without analyzing it.
Oh, what is it?
Just a minute. Let me put a little of this acid upon it.
Yeah.
This is what I think it is.
Hey, boy, look at it fizz. Hey, what is it, Doc? What is it?
Just what I thought.
Uh-huh.
Something that hadn't ought to be left around loose. Where'd you get this, Max?
Is it poison?
It's poisonous, all right.
Oh.
A pinch of that no larger than the point of a lead pencil in a gallon of water would prove fatal to a person. How'd you get it?
Never mind about that, Doc. I just wanted to be sure that I was right, that's all.
You better let me analyze it thoroughly first, if it's as important as I think it is.
Yeah, you better, Doc. Tell me what you find, will you? I got enough information now to satisfy me.
What do you mean, Max? You've got enough information now to satisfy you.
Well, I mean that I know pretty sure now what caused Mary's sickness and the party who did it.
What do you intend to do?
Well, I'm going to see him get the kind of justice that's due him.
You mean you've got enough evidence to bring a case against him? I think I know pretty much who the man that you suspect.
Yeah, you're right. It's the same man. The only one that'll do such a dirty, low-down, sneaking trick.
And you'll prosecute him?
He's too slippery for that, Doc. I got to handle this in some other way.
I'd be careful, Max. You better let the law take care of this.
Oh, I'll keep in the law. I ain't a lawbreaker no more. This man's slippery, and he's too dangerous to have around. I'm going to see what can be done about it.
Put that stuff down a minute, Max.
Huh?
Something I've got to tell you.
Oh, yeah? Hey, you ain't going to give me any advice, I hope, Doc.
I am. I'm going to give you advice that you'd better know about.
What do you mean?
About Mary. Max,
Yeah?
I've got something to tell you. Even Mary herself doesn't know about it. She was too sick during those first hours of her illness to know, but... Max, I want you to take what I'm going to tell you as quietly as possible. And I want you to promise not to tell Mary what happened to her while she was unconscious until she's completely well.
I'm sure, Doc. I promise. Wait a minute. Is it what I think it is? Did Mary suffer some other sickness from that poisoning?
Yes, Max. I think you've guessed it. And I'm very sorry for you, too.
Doc, I don't know what to say. Let me have it here. I gotta have hair.
Now sit down, Max. Here. Take a drink of this. Now calm yourself, and I'll explain everything.
Now, what is this that Max has guessed? Did that poisoning of Mary Sothern have serious effects of which we have not yet been made aware? It's evident that whatever Max has guessed about Mary's condition, it has had a marked effect on him. And we wonder if it will mean anything serious as far as the Sanders household is concerned.
Now it's Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Well, over the years, our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High, has had more than her share of difficulties with her principal, Mr. Conklin. Recently, however, their relations have improved.
Yes, my uncle and aunt feel a lot better. Actually, things have been a bit smoother between Mr. Conklin and me. In fact, when I suggested the plan I had heard about to supplement our teaching with movies, Mr. Conklin gave me the money to try it out. So until last week, when the great experiment was to take place in one of my classes, everything was going splendidly. And in more ways than one. Because Thursday morning, Mr. Boynton was over at my house for breakfast. My landlady was attending an early club meeting, so there were just the two of us. I could sense that Mr. Boynton felt the warm, romantic implications of this domestic scene, because his voice seemed choked with emotion when he said,
I wonder how long Joe Palooka will be champ.
I haven't the slightest idea. Why don't you ask the little Abner?
Little Abner?
He's been staring at me from the other side of that newspaper for the past 10 minutes.
Oh, pardon me, Miss Brooks. Reading the paper was rather rude, I guess. It's just that I feel so at home here, I didn't think you'd mind.
Oh, I really don't, Mr. Boynton. That's just the way I want you to feel.
Good. Oh, I haven't had this sort of breakfast since I was home with Mother.
Well, have you ever thought that you might enjoy a breakfast like this every day, Mr. Boynton?
Of course I have, Miss Brooks, many times. But Dad needs her too much for Mom to come down here.
Quite what I had in mind.
How's your latest project at school working out, Miss Brooks?
I don't know yet, Mr. Boynton. The first film, The Lady of the Lake, was shown to my English class yesterday.
You don't know how it worked out?
No, I had to do something for Mr. Conklin during that hour, so I let the kids run the picture themselves. We'll know how it was received when Walter Denton picks us up in a few minutes.
Well, films can be a big help to all teachers. While other schools have been showing movies in their classrooms for years. I wonder why Mr. Conklin would never allow it at Madison before.
He hates popcorn. Mrs. Davis is very fond of the idea, though. In fact, she's showing a film at her club's breakfast this morning. She rented it from the same place I did.
What picture did she rent?
A little number called Shearing Sheep at Big Billabong, Australia.
Oh, what's it about?
It's about shearing sheep at Big Billabong, Australia. Perfect for the ladies in Mrs. Davis's club.
Shearing sheep in Australia. Why should that be perfect for the ladies in Mrs. Davis' club?
There are some pretty woolly ladies in Mrs. Davis's club. Oh, that must be Walter. Come on in. The door's open.
I'm anxious to hear how your audio-visual experiment was received by the English class.
If past performances mean anything, I know exactly what happened 5 minutes after I left the room.
What?
They left the room.
Well, what a pleasant surprise. Greetings to my two favorite faculty members, the fairest of the fair and the brawniest of the brawny.
Oh, it's just the head and these shoulders that makes me look... him.
Hey, where's the effervescent Mrs. Davis this morning?
She's fizzing at a ladies' club breakfast.
Oh, that must be the same one Mom and Mrs. Conklin are attending.
Walter, we're both anxious to hear how that audio-visual experiment worked out yesterday.
Yes, how was the Lady of the Lake received, Walter?
Oh, great, Miss Brooks. Yeah, unfortunately, the sound part of the projector didn't work, but the class made up for that. Oh, you never heard such whistling in your life.
Whistling? At the Lady of the Lake? What did she do, come out?
Not exactly, Miss Brooks. You see, the title on the can the picture came in said The Lady of the Lake, all right, but the picture turned out to be something called Sirens of the Screen, Past and Present.
What?
Yeah, and we put it on at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and every fella in the class was late for dinner last night.
But it's only a 15-minute short.
I know, but we ran it 23 times.
Well, you don't mean that.
Yeah, and we stopped the projector for 10 minutes every time we got to Marilyn Monroe. Woo, hell afternoon. Hey, what have you got planned for next week, Miss Brooks?
A little epic called The Teacher Dies at Dawn. Has Conklin heard about this yet, Walter?
Oh, I don't know, Miss Brooks.
I hope he hasn't. I know what this project means to you, Miss Brooks.
Well, cheer up, Mr. Boynton. Even if he has heard about it, we can still get a picture of the Lady of the Lake.
What do you mean?
I may drown myself.
Now, if you will be seated, Miss Brooks, I'll come directly to the point.
Yes, sir.
As an experiment in audio-visual education, I gave you not only permission, but also $15 to rent a projector and film of the poem The Lady of the Lake.
Something go wrong, Mr. Conklin?
Miss Brooks, when I did so, I had no idea that the Lady of the Lake would turn out to be Marilyn Monroe.
Either. Esther Williams would have been much more appropriate. I can explain this, Mr.
Explain this, then. When you wanted this film, you told me it was Sir Walter Scott's poem, presented against a background of Scottish sea.
But, sir...
The only Scotch in that entire picture was in a glass in Peter Barrer's hand.
Oh, then you've run the picture, Mr. Conklin.
5 times, Miss Brooks. I ran it through a few times to convince myself that what I was seeing was true. Sirens of the screen, indeed. I've already heard from Mr. Stone this morning, and he was furious. It seems that 5 parents have already complained to him about it. He blames the whole thing on me.
But why you, sir? It was my idea.
I know, but I took credit for it.
Mr. Conklin, this is a mistake on the part of the company. Institutional Pictures. It probably won't happen again in another 10 years. We're all entitled to one mistake, aren't we?
Sometimes when I think of you, Miss Brooks, that is the only thing that keeps me going. But I told Mr. Stone it was all a mistake, and I also told him we had another film in case he wanted to reassure himself on the subject matter of the pictures we're showing.
But, sir, we haven't another picture. And including the projector, they cost $15 to rent.
That is your problem, Miss Brooks. You got us into this thing, and you are going to get us out of it. In any event, Mr. Stone said he wouldn't bother to come over unless there are further complaints. However, if there are, he said, heads would roll.
How's good Conklin? Principal speaking. Who? Yes, she's right here now. It's for you, Miss Brooks.
For me, sir? Hello?
Hello, Connie. This is Mrs. Davis.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Davis.
I just called to tell you how the picture I showed at the ladies' club breakfast turned out. I gave full credit for the idea to you, of course, and I told the ladies that this was the identical sort of picture being shown at Madison High.
I see. Well, how did shearing sheep at Big Billabong turn out?
Oh, those scenes in the nightclub were terrific, dear.
In the nightclub?
Yes, and the ones in the showgirls' dressing room were even more sensational.
What? Well, where were the sheep?
You know, that's what we were wondering, too. I ran the picture through 3 times trying to find them. But it was all about a chorus girl. However, none of the ladies seemed to mind. That is, none except Mrs. Stone.
Mrs. Stone was there? What did she say, Mrs. Davis?
Oh, she didn't say a thing, dear. She just fainted. I hope I haven't disturbed you, dear.
Oh, not at all, Mrs. Davis. My tongue always sticks to the roof of my mouth in the morning. I'll speak to you later. Goodbye.
Goodbye, dear.
What was that all about, Miss Brooks?
Mr. Conklin, did Mr. Stone really say heads would roll if there was another complaint?
That's exactly what he said, Miss Brooks. What about it?
Nothing, sir. Only I wonder how we'll both look when we're 10 inches shorter. I told Mr. Boynton about my predicament in the school cafeteria at lunchtime.
Let's see if I've got it straight, Miss Brooks. You must have another film here to show Mr. Stone when he arrives this afternoon, or the entire project goes right out the window.
Followed swiftly by me. And the cost of renting a new film and projector is $15, which I've got to get somewhere.
Isn't Mr. Conklin giving you anything?
Yes, 2 hours in which to dig it up.
Well, you can count on me for part of the $15.
Oh, really, Mr. Boynton? What part?
$2.35. Here's the 35 cents now.
Well, thanks, Mr. Boynton, but where's the $2?
Oh, just a second till I take off my shoe.
You mean you've got $2 in your shoe?
Oh, no, I've only got $1 in my shoe.
Where's the other $1?
In my hat band.
You'd make a nervous wreck out of a hold-up man. I do appreciate
Hi,
it.
Miss Brooks. Hello, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, hello, Harriet.
I hope I'm not interrupting anything, but Mr. Boynton, what are you doing with your shoe off?
He's just airing out his money. What is it, Harriet?
Well, first, Daddy asked me to tell you to be sure to be in his office with the new film by 3:30, because that's when Mr. Stone's due to arrive. And secondly, knowing the position you're in, I went around to all the girls and took up a collection for you.
I'm beginning to feel like a charity case.
Remember the old proverb, Miss Brooks. Pride goeth before a fall.
That I know it. And at this point, I'm not going to turn down anything.
I knew you needed $15, so I canvassed about 30 girls, Miss Brooks. I told them to cough up as much as they could.
How much did you collect?
80 cents.
That's not much of a cost.
I've also got $1 of my own I want to lend you.
Oh, no, really, Harriet. I wouldn't dream of taking
but Miss Brooks...
Well, all right, dear, if you insist. Where is the $1?
I'll give it to you as soon as I go down to my locker after lunch.
The $1's in your locker?
Well, not exactly, Miss Brooks, but that's the only place I can remove the stocking I'm wearing over it.
If the wallet industry depended on this school, it would go broke. Well, thanks a lot, Harriet.
Well, here's the money, Miss Brooks. I did the very best I could.
I knew all the precincts hadn't been heard from.
Oh, did you take up a collection too, Walter?
Oh, yes, sir. I went around to all the fellas in your English lit class, Miss Brooks, and I told them you needed 15 iron men for a new film, and since they'd all seen Sirens of the Screen, this was one little way of expressing their gratitude.
Oh, and how much did you collect?
65 cents.
Done a bigger business with Lady of the Lake.
No, but that's not all. I want to lend you $1 of my own, which I've kept for just such an emergency.
Thanks, Walter. Where is it?
Well, you know that good luck charm I wear around my neck with my mother's picture in it?
Yes.
Oh, that's not my mother. It's George Washington.
They always said there was more to you people than meets the eye. Now, let's see. Mr. Boynton has $2.35 for me, Harriet $1.80, and Walter $1.65. That comes to approximately $6. Then I've got another couple of dollars of my own.
Well, I didn't think you had any money, Miss Brooks. Where did you get $2?
Remember when I went to the dentist last week?
Yes.
Well, I stashed $2 away in a temporary filling.
Oh, I'm dreadfully sorry, Miss Brooks, but Institutional Pictures can't accept $8 on a projector and film which rents for $15.
But, Mr. Gibson, it was your mistake in the first place. You sent us Sirens of the Screen, past and present, when I'd ordered The Lady of the Lake from your salesman. I think his name was Blake.
Oh, yeah, we've had nothing but trouble with that man. Our manager wouldn't raise his salary, so out of sheer spite, he switched any number of films on us before he quit. I'd like to help you, but we have a strict 24-hour ruling, and you've had your film for several days. You'll just have to tell your organization. What is it, by the way? A ladies' club? Social service group? Union?
I teach at Madison High School.
What? Why, our biggest rental is to schools. You showed Sirens of the Screen to a high school class?
With a 10-minute stopover at Marilyn Monroe.
You look like a very fair-minded person. I'll tell you what I'll do. You keep the $8 now that you have the new film and projector for nothing.
Well...
I'll make it 4 films for nothing.
Well...
Forget about the rentals entirely. I'll give you a year's supply of films free if you'll get your school to forget this incident.
Well...
And I'll throw in $10 for yourself.
Well,
Miss Brooks, aren't you going to answer me?
I'm doing good enough with Just give me a good film to show the head of our school board when he comes to Madison this afternoon, and we'll call it square.
Oh, you're the salt of the earth. I have just the thing for the occasion. The Board of Education at work. Don't you think it's perfect?
I suppose so, if you like fantasy. Well, when Mr. Gibson agreed to rectify his mistake and give me a new film to show Mr. Stone, it seemed that my troubles were just about over. At 3 that afternoon, we were getting everything ready in Mr. Conklin's office.
Well, the projector's all set up, Miss Brooks. All we have to do when Mr. Conklin and Mr. Stone get here is turn the switch and run the film.
Yeah, this office ought to be a perfect projection room. You see, the way I've fixed the shades, no light can get in through the windows at all.
Oh, you've done a beautiful job, Walter.
There's only one thing that bothers me. The sound on this projector doesn't work.
With Mr. Conklin in the room, nobody will notice the difference.
We've still got a few minutes before Daddy gets here. Why don't we run the film through once for the 4 of us?
Good idea, Harriet. Let's sit down.
Yeah, but there are only 2 chairs in this room. Where are the 4 of us going to sit?
We can worry about that when the lights are out.
What are you talking about?
What Walter means is that he and Harriet can share the big, comfortable chair that Mr. Conklin keeps for visitors.
Yeah, but what about the 2 of us?
We can divide this narrow one. And don't look so panicky. We can either show the film or just turn out the lights and wait until Mr. Conklin and Mr. Stone get here.
Just turn out the lights? What good will that do?
Does that answer your question?
Maybe we'd better run the film.
I was afraid you'd see it that way. All right, Walter, turn off the desk light and let's get started.
Yes, ma'am. There we are.
Gosh, I can't see a thing. Where are you, Miss Brooks? Are you seated yet?
After you, Mr. Boynton. That is, I'll sit on the edge of the chair nearest the projector switch. Now, are we all set, Walter? Walter? They're all set. Well, here goes. Oh, what a magnificent view of the Rock of Gibraltar. I feel as if I could reach out and touch it.
You're staring at my chin, Miss Brooks. You're, leaning rather close to me.
How nice of you to notice. Well, we've missed the title, but we know it's about the Board of Education at work.
Oh, look at that sign by the side of the road.
It says you are now entering Las Vegas, Nevada.
Oh, it's probably all about the Las Vegas Board of Education.
I hope you're right.
Well, of course I am. There they are now, all working around a table.
You certainly are. A dice table. Mr. Boynton, this is a picture about gambling. There's been another terrible mistake.
Turn off the projector at once, Miss Brooks.
Well, I'm trying to. This switch is stuck. Pull the plug out of the wall.
I don't know where the wall plug is with the lights off.
Walter, turn on the desk lamp so Mr. Boynton can find the plug. Walter. Walter, do you hear me? You're a big help. Can you find it in the dark, Mr. Boynton?
Well, I'll try.
Oh, good. You found it.
What on earth is going on in here?
Mr. Conklin. Oh, just a moment, sir. I'll turn on the light.
No, never mind the lights, Miss Brooks. Since you've apparently started your new film, The Board of Education at Work, I'd like to have a look at it before Mr. Stone gets here.
Here. Sit in my chair, sir.
Oh, where will you sit?
I'll stand in front of the screen. It isn't a very good picture, Mr. Conklin.
Stop babbling, please. I'll just settle myself in this comfortable chair on the other side of the projector. Here we are. Logan! Something speared me.
You just got on my knees, Daddy, and you're a little heavy.
Harriet, what are you talking about?
I doubt if I can hold the both of you.
Jester, where are you?
He's between the devil and the deep blue sea.
Well, turn on those wall lights, Boynton.
Yes, sir.
Aha. Harriet, I want you and Denton to leave this room at once. Through my inner office, please. And I'll speak to you both later.
Very well, Daddy.
Mr. Conklin, appearances are very often deceiving. And I want you to know that Harriet was in no way responsible for what happened. I'll take the full blame, sir. It was all my fault. And I insist that you let me accept the entire responsibility for this whole...
Oh, blow! Stone ought to be here any minute now, and we can get rolling again.
At least our heads can. Conklin, I suppose that...
Please, come in. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Stone.
Good afternoon, Osgood. Hello, Mr. Boynton, Miss Brooks.
Hello, Mr. Stone. Want to go for a nice walk?
A walk? I came over here to see a movie.
That's what I mean. Let's walk over and see a movie. The Bijou has a fine Marlon Brando picture.
Miss Brooks, what are you jabbering about? Now, turn off the lights, Boynton, and I'll put the plug back in the wall here.
If you say so, Mr. Conklin.
Ah, there you are, Mr. Stone. What a scene. The members of the Board of Education gathered round a table rolling dice. Now, it's certainly a far cry from the report you heard about the picture yesterday with the shocking exhibition of movie queens and...
Miss Brooks?
Why are the members of the board rolling dice?
Blackjack dealers are on strike.
Pull that plug. I'm turning these lights on. So all my suspicions were true, Osgood. Your moral laxity is undermining this entire institution.
Oh, pardon this interruption, Miss Brooks, but there's been another mistake.
Now he tells me.
Who is this man?
It's Mr. Gibson, the man who rented us the film.
Well, now, I'll do anything to rectify my mistake, Miss Brooks. Why, Oh, hello, Mr. Stone.
Oh, you know Mr. Stone?
He's evidently mistaking me for somebody else.
Oh, no, sir. Well, don't you remember when that friend of yours got married last month? You rented 2 films from me for a smoker you gave him?
Ask anyone?
What? Well, I remember it distinctly because one of the pictures caused all the hubbub today. Sirens of the Screen, past and present.
Oh, is that so? Well, for your information, when I flashed it on the screen that night, it turned out to be the Lady of the Lake.
So, Mr. Stone, you are going to call my moral laxity to the attention of the Board of Education.
Oh, you don't really think I meant that, do you, Osgood? Not on your tin type, my boy. If anything, it's Mr. Gibson who should be brought before the board.
Oh, that would be a waste of time, Mr. Stone.
A waste of time?
The way Mr. Gibson operates, by the time he got there, he'd turn out to be Zsa Zsa Gabor.
Starring Eve Arden, Frank Clark, was produced and directed by Larry Burns, written by Arthur Olsberg and Al Lewis, with the music of Lud Gluskin. Mr. Conklin was played by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Bob Rockwell, Gloria McMillan, Joseph Kearns, and Joel Samuel.
Same time and over this same station, Eve Arden, in the role of Madison High School's favorite English teacher, Miss Brooks, will again call the student body together. Don't you be absent. Our Miss Brooks is presented each week through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
This is the American Forces Network, Europe.
Look at that corner, standing in the corner, eating his Christmas pie. He stuck in his thumb and he pulled out a big slogan that said, "You won't know what you're missing if you don't see Nord."
Transcribed from Hollywood, Nord, a division of Borg Warner, manufacturers of America's most modern automatic and wringer washers, gas and electric ranges, water heaters, and home freezers. Originators and world's largest manufacturers of self-defrosting refrigerators, Nord presents the Red Skelton Show. With Red Skelton, David Rose and his orchestra, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGeehan, and the Smith Twins will be me, Rod O'Connor. Now, the star of our program, Red Skelton.
Oh, my. Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hiya, Rod.
Hiya, Red.
How do you feel, Rod?
Oh, I feel great.
That's good. I wonder what the other idiots are doing tonight. I'll bet Jack Benny wishes he had writers like this. We rehearsed all day long. We sat here, we yell at each other and everything, and we get on the air and say, "How do you feel? Good to see you." That's silly.
Well, Red, I see that Santa Anita Racetrack opened.
Oh, yeah. It's a funny coincidence. The other day, Santa Anita opened my savings account closed.
Well, Red, you mean you've been out of the track already?
Yeah, you can tell by the shirt I'm not wearing. That sailor has it as a flag. That flag I was wearing is now a shirt. Say, not only did they take my shirt, but the hair on my chest. Both of them. Hey, you know, I was out the racetrack one day, and I had on an old pair of slacks, and they didn't have any pockets in them, see? And there was a guy out there who came up, and he put his hand in my pocket, a big pocket, see? Put his hand in my pocket, so I reached through and shook hands with him. Anyway, I kind of like to go out the racetrack. I love to see the horses run.
Oh, I do too,
And
Red.
the ones I bet on, too.
Well, I love horse racing. You know, it's a clean sport.
Yeah, they clean me. I know. I went down to the track with a friend of mine, Freeman Keys. You know, he owns horses.
Mm-hmm. Well, did Freeman's horse go to the post yesterday?
Huh?
I said, did Freeman's horse go to the post yesterday?
Well, this is a horse race, boy.
We try it again?
Yeah.
Did Freeman's horse go to the post yesterday?
Yeah, and then right after the race, they burn him at it. His horse would run, but he kept turning around to see if his plow was on straight. I'm not saying this horse was slow, but when he started, 2-year-old, he ended up an 8-year-old. He run so many times that he didn't recognize any of the other horses when he met them face to face. Hey, did you hear about the radio horse?
No.
As the race starts, he turns up the grandstand and he says, "Goodbye, folks. See you next week. Same time, same place."
Did you have any money riding on him, Red?
Yeah, $2. Horse bucked twice. I guess that's what weighed him down. The horse would have made a better showing, but he... See, I don't know. I should read these things before.
Well, what happened?
Huh?
Say, what happened? Why couldn't he run faster? Huh? See, you have a cold.
Well, I'll tell you. He turned to one of the other horses and he says, "Have you run on this track before?" And the other horse says, "Yes." He says, "I'll follow you." That saves that one,
Yes,
though.
it does. A real nag,
He started out at 2-1. He came in at 6:30. A nag? This horse was so sway back in the middle of the race, the jockey stumbled. And when the race started, see, they yelled, "They're off!" The horse yelled back, "Prepare yourself, here it comes." They yelled, "They're off!" And the horse yelled back, "You can't fool me, I ain't wearing anything." If they're not there, we'll make up something.
You know, it seems strange that they let a horse like that run.
Yeah.
I prefer thoroughbreds, horses that are high-strung.
Yeah, well, this horse should be. At least he was a pretty nice horse, though. Oh, he had a lot of spirit. The beginning of that race, boy, you should see him rear up on his knees. He was almost human. He started the race from a kneeling position. Mm-hmm. That crowded Santa Anita, boy, the money they spend. Do you realize how much money they spend in racing each year?
No.
Truman found out how much money they took in at Santa Anita last year, so now he wants to throw out Congress and put in horses.
While you were out there, Red, you see anybody you know?
Yeah, I saw my brother out there. Boy, can he pick 'em.
Women or horses?
Pocket. Yeah, my brother's really quite a character.
He must have been quite a character.
Oh, yeah. He's working on a labor-saving device now.
A labor-saving device? What's
Yes.
that?
A rich old lady.
Now the Smith twins.
Shanghai, not us. Why did I tell you I was going to to Shanghai. I want to be with you tonight. Why did I holler I was going to Shanghai? I want to be with you tonight. It was just a little misunderstanding that a kiss on the cheek could patch. I need you so badly, I'd gladly start over from scratch. Oh, why did I tell you it was bye-bye for Shanghai? I'm even allergic to rice. Why don't you stop me when I talk about Shanghai? It's just a lover's device. Now who's gonna kiss me? Who's gonna thrill me? Who's gonna hold me tight? I'm right around the corner in a phone booth, and I wanna be with you tonight. My wild imagination gives me so much aggravation. Now I know I sounded foolish when I made my exit bow, and if I wasn't sorry then, I'm more than sorry now. Oh, I'd love to get you on a slow boat to China, all to myself alone. Now who's gonna kiss me? Who's gonna thrill me? Who's gonna hold me tight? I'm right around the corner in a phone booth, and oh, I wanna be with you tonight.
Let me ask you a question. Do you enjoy wash day? Most women want to get it over with as fast as possible. If wash day makes you tired, you ought to get a new Norge triple action washer. Norge gets the dirt out fast. An average load takes just 7 minutes. And there's no washing action known that gets clothes as clean as Norge triple action. A Norge is easier on the clothes and easier on you. Norge's big gentle touch wringer gets clothes drier with less wear and tear, and it swings in any direction to save moving the washer. Many of the modern full-skirt washers have a tendency to tip over. They're top-heavy. But the streamlined pyramid design of the new Norge washer prevents tipping. It rolls like a feather on 5 smooth casters, but anchors anywhere with a touch of your toe, because 2 of the 5 casters are self-locking. There's even an automatic timer on the new Norge to shut off the wash action at the time you set. Yes, if wash day makes you tired, better see the new Norge triple action washer, for you won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge. From the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire, a story entitled Dogs. Chapter 1, Man's Best Friend's Worst Enemy, the Dog Catcher. And it stars Clem Cadiddlehopper.
Well, here I am. That's me and my dog. Do 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 do. Beautiful words. I can never remember the tune though. Well, here I am. That's me and my dog. I got a job as a dog catcher. Yes, sir. I got the job because dogs like me. They like my face. They think I'm one of them. Yes, sir. An old man stopped to pat me on the head and asked my dog if I bark much. Oh, well, it's wonderful what these strange animals are coming. What's this wonderful? Look at this one. Wonder what this strange animal is coming down the street. Looks, vicious. Looks vicious. Where's my net? I'm going to get glasses, believe me, with beer in them.
Well, howdy, Clem.
Well, dee you. Yes, sir, they could put wheels on me and use me for a sprinkler. Well, how it is, I live and breathe.
I just heard that you're the new dog catcher, Clem.
Yep, I was elected just yesterday.
Who elected you? The city council?
No, the dog.
How is the dog catcher
catching, isn't it?
Oh, it's fine. It's catching on.
Did you catch many dogs today?
Well, I caught a few small ones, but you should have seen the big one that got away. Say, do you want to see my dogs? They're all caged up here in my push cart. Here, boys, here, take it easy.
That dog looks familiar.
Well, he's mine. I just let him go along for the ride, you know. You know, they say a dog is just like its master.
Yeah, he does look pretty stupid.
Oh, no, he don't. He's a smart dog. I tell him to run or walk and lay down, and he understands me.
Does he do what you tell him?
Sure, if he happens to agree with me. Any dog can do what you tell him to do, but a dog that's really smart can figure things out for himself.
Oh. You know, Kabina Wright has the smartest dog I've ever seen.
Oh, he is not. He's the laziest dog I've ever seen in my life. The fleas on him have to scratch themselves. That dog's so lazy, why, when you give him a bone, he takes it to the undertaker to bury it for him.
Oh, you're just jealous, Clem.
Have you ever seen Gene Fowler's dog? If you call that a dog, I'm a pig.
Well?
Well, never mind those smart aleck remarks, you know. You just hold your tongue. Just hold your tongue. And you'll find it's mighty slippery.
If this thing here is your dog, what's his name?
His name's Otto. Call him Otto because no matter which way you spell it, it comes out the same way.
Oh, I declare, Clem, you're a moron.
Which nobody can deny. Yeah, I got papers to prove it, too. And even if I am, I ain't going to worry about nothing. I'll get myself a lot of dogs and go into television.
What doing?
A quiz show. Look, I'll show you how smart Otto is. I taught him how to add. Here, Otto. What's 2 and 2? Come on, boy, one more. Well, I'll be seeing you, DJ. I gotta go catch some more dogs.
Oh, wait a minute. I just remembered. There's a vicious dog loose in the neighborhood. He bites every stranger he sees.
Do tell.
He's awful mean. I thought I ought to tell you about him. It's my duty to you.
And howdy doody to you, too. Where'd you say this dog is?
He's over in Slim Pickens' backyard.
Well, I'll just go over and get him.
Well, now, be careful. You know what to do if he tries to bite you, don't you?
Sure, I try to bite him back. I've had my distemper shot. Well, hold on, dogs. Here we go. Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. I've got a wonderful feeling. I'd throw that dog a bone, but that'd be using my head. I didn't think you were going to finish it for a while. Well, here's Slim Pickens' house. I'll go see if he's got a mad dog around here any place.
Oh, good heavens, is Halloween here already? Hey, what you want?
What you got? I mean, have you seen any vicious dogs around here?
No, you're the first one I've seen this morning.
I'm going to miss this boy around here. Besides me. Look, there's a mad dog loose in the neighborhood.
Yeah, well, if I see him, I'll tell him you're looking for him.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Open the door, will you?
Now what do you want?
Just wanted to get my nose out was all. Thank you.
Oh, Clem! Look, the mad dog.
Yeah, well, if you keep on running, I'll sneak up on him.
Well, do something. He's coming after you.
Now, don't get excited. I'll just grab him and put him in the big cage.
Be careful, Clem.
I'll get him. Here, boy. Here, boy.
Well, grab him. Oh, he's getting friendly. He's smiling at
you. Mighty sharp smile, ain't he?
Did he bite you?
Do you see my fingers?
No.
Then he bit me. All right, now that's enough. I don't take that from nobody. In the cage. All right, come on, inside. We'll take that from... Well, don't stand there. Open the door and let me out.
Here's Dave Rose now, and an old-timer, She's Funny That Way. And now let's hear one of those useful wash day tips from Jessie Cartwright, co-director of the Norge Home Economics Department.
During these winter months when you so often have to dry the clothes inside, here's a hurry-up idea. Get out your electric fan and put it on a table 2 or 3 feet away from the clothesline. You'll be surprised at how quickly you can dry things this way.
And you'll be surprised at how much drier the Gentle Touch wringer on the new Norge washer gets your clothes in the first place. The pressure selector adjusts the big balloon rollers instantly to adjust the right pressure for anything you want to wring, from bedspreads to baby clothes. That means more water removed, less wear and tear on fabric fibers, and no more broken buttons. Norge triple action washing is gentler, too. Yet there's no washing action known that gets clothes so clean so fast. Why not drop in at your Norge dealers and ask him to demonstrate a new Norge triple action washer for you? Because you won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
Our final chapter is entitled A Boy and His Dog, starring Junior, the mean-witted kid.
Junior, where are you?
I'm upstairs, Mommy.
Where? Oh, I'm glad there's only one of you. Go outside and play with your tricycle.
No, okay. I like to ride like a cowboy. Look at me go. Whee! I am a daredevil, boy. Right faster, faster, right through that mud puddle. Here I go. Whee! Boom. Who put that rock in there? Hey, look across the street there. Look at that, the little puppy dog. Here, come, little dog boy. You're so cute. Where'd you get that short tail? Looks like somebody give you a GI tail haircut. Aren't you nice? I always wanted a little dog like you. But Pop would never let me have one. He was afraid it was barking when he sneaked in at night and wake up Mummy, you know. Uh-oh. Here comes Mr. Fowler, that big tattletale.
Well, Junior, hello.
Oh, shut up. Hey, how'd you like me dog?
Well, I didn't know you had a dog.
Neither does me Mummy.
Oh. Junior, did you know that little dog has no license?
What's that mean?
Well, the dog catcher picks up little pups without licenses.
Well, then I will buy him a license.
Well, they cost $2.
Then you will buy him a license.
But why should I pay the $2? He's not my animal.
Well, I tell you what, I'll sell him to you for $2 and then steal him back.
That's silly. You'll have the money for the dog tag, but you won't have your dog.
I'll get your dog back, don't worry. I can whistle, you know. I can whistle.
Why, that'd be cheating. You wouldn't do a thing like that, would you?
He talk like a new man around here.
Uh-oh, here comes Fletcher O'Connor. Mount Whitney on legs. Hi, Fletcher.
Well, Junior, where did you get the dog?
My mommy gave him to me. Of course, he don't know about it yet. Now, be careful. He might bite you. He ain't seen that much meat in a long time.
Well, I think we should report this hound to the city pound.
Yes, it may be mad for all we know.
Well, the way you're talking about him, he ought to be mad.
All right, Junior, you know it's dangerous to pick up stray dogs.
Yes, Junior, I think it's our duty to report this dog to the pound.
I agree, Fowler.
Yeah.
Oh, no, now, don't you fellas have my old puppy take me alone. Now, you like him alone. I never had a puppy before.
Rod.
And a doggy
let's not
is a
upset
man
the
by
child.
friend.
We'll go to my house and make the call.
All right.
Mommy, hey, Mommy. Come on, puppy, let's go see Mommy. Come on, boy. Come on. Hey, Mommy. Puppy's not in the kitchen. What do you want? Oh, he's a pointer. Look, he's a setter and a pointer. He's sitting and pointing to the spot. Look at you, tail wagging. It's wagging so much it's wagging the dog. You hungry? Okay, I'll fix that, boy. Now, which would you rather have, a nice big steak, roast, pot roast, or some ice cream? Oh, you want to know everything, huh? Well, here you are. Here, I better put this butter on it. You go with it. There. Well, look how that food disappeared. Boy, he put it away fast.
Junior, dear. Junior, what on earth?
Look, we had a real visitor.
Oh, good heavens. All my meat. That's the first steak I've been able to buy in a month. Oh, Junior, where did that dog come from?
Where did he come from? I don't know, but he sure was hungry.
Well, get him out of here at once.
Uh-oh, that's that dog catcher that Fatso and Mr. Fowler sent for. Now, I know he wouldn't do that because he writes nice books about Jimmy Durang and people like that. Now, why did Jim Fowler
Well,
do
give
that?
this dog to him before he starts eating the plates. Go after the door, Junior.
I'm not going to go at the dog catcher.
Junior, do you want a whipping?
Well, if you put it that way, I'll go answer the door. Well, welcome to Hobby Lobby.
I'm from the city pound, and I was told that you had a stray dog here.
What's a dog?
You don't have a dog?
We hate dogs. We can't stand them. The place you're looking for is about 20 miles away. Goodbye.
Oh, you don't have a dog, eh? And what was that pocket?
A very bad cold I got. I got brown kittens. Yeah, it's me poppies in the doghouse.
Junior, what is it? Oh, hello.
Hello. I came to pick up the stray dog.
No, Mommy, don't let him take him, please.
You do have a stray dog here, don't you?
Well, yes, we do. It's that little dog over there.
Don't point at me. It's me.
May I take the dog now?
Well, if you take that dog, you'll have to take me, too.
Junior, stop hugging that dog around the neck. You want him to bite you and get hydrophobia?
Don't let him take it. Please don't let him take it. Please, don't let him take it.
Oh, all right. Wait a minute. Here's $2. We'll keep him.
Oh, fine. Here's the dog tag. Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Good day.
Good day. Well, Junior, are you satisfied?
You know, Lily, you are the most beautiful woman I ever saw.
Well, I just couldn't stand to see that little dog go to the pound. He jumped up in my arms and started wagging his tail and licking my face.
It does look cleaner.
Now go outside and play and see if you can behave.
Okay, come on, puppy. Come on, boy. Oh, look, there with his dog like. Hey, get out of me mommy's flower bed, will you, puppy? See, here, stop. Don't dig in those roses. Look at him fly. Look at him go. There, get out of there.
Junior, what's all the commotion about? Look at my flower bed.
Ain't it a mess?
Junior, come here.
I didn't do it. It was the puppy.
Well, I can't stand the dog. That would be cruelty to animals.
Well, why don't they pass a law about cruelty to kids?
Now, you wanted the puppy, so you'll have to pay for his crime.
Oh, no. Okay. No matter who deserves the spanking, I always wind up with it in the end.
This is Robert Conner saying, remember, in washers, refrigerators, home freezers, water heaters, and gas and electric ranges, everything Norge makes right. This week, why don't you go see the Norge triple action washer in the new non-tip pyramid model at your Norge dealer? See the washer that gets washed day over within a hurry. A washer that's streamlined in looks and in action. See how Norge triple action gets clothes cleaner in less time. Yes, see the Norge triple action washer at your local Norge dealer. And now until next week,
this is Rick Skelton saying thanks for listening and reminding you that you won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
Join us again next week for the Rick Skelton Show. Let's stop this room and put into the Terrace Metro Golden Air Studio. This is the copyrighted feature transcribed from Hollywood. This is the CBS Radio Network.
That's right, folks. C for comedy, A for Abbott, M for Maxwell, E for Ennis, L for Lou Costello. Put them all together and they spell Camel. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before. And draw up a chair for tonight's Camel Show, starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Hey, Costello. Costello. Come over here, Costello. You know, I tried to find you last night. Where in the world were you?
Oh, I spent the evening over at Hetty Lamar's house, Abbott. Hetty calls me 2 or 3 times every week to come over and spend the evening.
Yeah, doesn't her husband object?
Why should he? I'm the cheapest babysitter in town.
Will you talk sense, please? Hey, Lou, I hope you're saving the money. I hope you're saving the money they pay you for minding that baby. You know, we pay our income tax March 15th.
Oh, don't worry about me, Abbott. I'm loaded. I got a California bankroll.
What's a California bankroll?
2 singles wrapped around an orange.
Oh.
Hey, Abbott. Last night I was helping Hetty Lamar figure her income tax.
Oh, how can you figure income tax? You can't even count.
Give me a problem. Go ahead.
All right.
Give me a problem.
Suppose steak costs $1 a pound.
Yep.
Now, how many pounds would the butcher give you for $5?
4 pounds.
That's not right.
I know, but they're getting away with it.
All right. Listen, Costello, you're impossible. But I'm warning you, you'd better get busy on your income tax. Do you have any surplus money, Lou?
No. I'm so broke, Abbott. I had to dump 4 bottles of Coca-Cola in the sink so I could collect the deposit on the bottles.
Well, things will be even worse if you don't file your income tax. And remember, you've got to give them an honest count.
Hey, Abbott, how can you say that? I always give them an honest count. I'm patriotic. And besides that, they watch you too close. Them collectors, oh, boy, they're pretty sharp, Abbott. I once met an income tax man on the plane. We hit 4 air pockets. He had his hand in every one of them.
Never mind that, Costello. We should all be glad to pay our tax, even if it does leave us a little poorer.
You're right, Abbott, because no matter how poor it makes us, we're better off than some people. Like that fellow I was reading about in the book the other day, Jack and the Beanstalk.
What was it about?
Well, this story's about a boy who was very, very poor. His name was Jack. Now, when Jack was a little bit of a boy...
Wait a minute, how did he get the name of Jack, Lou?
Huh?
How did he get the name of Jack?
How did he get the name of Jack?
Yes.
How did he get the name of Jack? He was born while his father was changing a tire.
All right.
How did he get the name of Jack?
All right, go ahead.
You're starting a little soon, Abbott.
Go ahead.
Now, just keep your mouth out of this and let me tell a story.
Yeah.
Abbott, why don't you go over to a shoe repair shop and show them what a real heel looks like?
Oh, now, please, go ahead and tell the story.
Now, one morning, his mother said, Jack, we have no money, so you'll have to sell the cow.
What kind was it, a heifer?
Yes, it was a... What'd you say?
A heifer. Was it a heifer cow?
How could it be a heifer cow? It was a whole cow.
All right.
Look, Abbott, it was just a plain cow, and it wore red slacks. So Jack started to milk the cow.
Now, just a minute. Now, wait a minute. How could he milk the cow if it was wearing red slacks?
He was a pickpocket. Now, Jack was walking along the road with the cow, and he noticed that the cow looked very tired. The cow hadn't been sleeping very good.
Did the cow have bags under her eyes?
I beg your pardon?
Did the cow have bags under her eyes?
Did the cow have bags under her eyes?
That's what I asked you.
Abbott, you never saw a cow, did you?
Oh, all right. Go ahead. Let's hear it. Come on.
Well, Jack walked a little farther, and then he saw a farmer was making Limburger cheese.
What was he making it out of?
Out of doors. Ain't I a stinker? Mother, get the flea powder. I'm lousing them up tonight.
Costello, forget this silly story. We were talking about income tax. I'm sure you know nothing about it, so why don't you go down to the bank and get my brother to help you out with it?
Oh, that reminds me, Abbott. My mother asked me to ask you, what's your brother's job in the bank?
Tell her.
What?
Tell her.
I will tell her if you tell me.
I just told you, tell her.
You didn't tell me nothing. You gave me the same stuff last week. All I want is a civilized answer.
Now, wait a minute, Costello. You said your mother wants to know what my brother does in the bank.
Yeah, that's right.
And I said, tell her.
All right, I will. Now, what does he do?
I just told you, tell her.
You told me to tell her, but you didn't tell me what to tell her.
Tell her.
Tell her? What kind of talk is that? Look, Abbott, when I get home tonight, my mother says to me, what does Abbott's brother do in a bank? What do I say?
Tell her in the bank.
How can I tell her in a bank? The bank's not closed. Look, when I get home, I want to tell her in the house.
Listen, you dummy. When I say tell her, I don't mean tell her. I mean tell her. And that's what my brother does in the bank. His job is tell her. Now do you get it?
Oh, when you say tell her, you don't mean tell her. You mean tell her.
Now you've got it.
Now I've got it. I don't even know what I'm talking about. Look at it. Your brother works for the bank.
Now that's right.
What job did he have before the job he's got now?
Oh, he was in charge of a very important department.
That's fine. What department?
Vaults.
Could I have that again?
Vaults, Costello, vaults.
Vault? Abbott, you know I can't vault. But I will try a rumba.
No, Costello, let go of me.
Play, Ennis, play. And remember, Abbott, you asked for this dance.
Experience is the best teacher.
The time, several months ago. Two men are lunching together.
Cigarette, Ed?
Oh, thanks. Guess I will. Say, you've changed your brand, haven't you? I don't remember that you smoked Camels before.
Well, I didn't until the wartime cigarette shortage. You know how everybody smoked whatever brand they could get then. It sure gave you a good opportunity to compare all brands. Well, I found I liked Camels so much better than the others, even my old brand, that I've been smoking Camels ever since.
Yes, during that wartime cigarette shortage, the experience of smoking whatever brands they could get taught millions the differences in cigarette quality. Smokers' T-zones, that's T for taste and T for throat, tested more cigarette brands than they'd normally try in a lifetime. That experience taught smokers that it was Camels for rich flavor and cool mildness. Camels for extra smoking pleasure. As a result,
more people smoke Camels than ever before.
Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. And now, while you enjoy a Camel, Skinny Anna sings...
If this isn't love, the whole world is crazy. If this isn't love, I'm daft as a daisy. With moons all around and cows jumping over, there's something amiss, and I'll eat your hat if this isn't love. I'm feeling like the apple on top of William Tell. With this I cannot grapple, because you're so adorable. If this isn't love, then winter is summer. If this isn't love, my heart needs a plumber. I'm swinging on stars, I'm riding on rainbows, I'm busting with bliss, and I'll kiss your hand if this isn't love. If this isn't love, the whole world is crazy. If this isn't love, I'm daft as a daisy. I'm swinging on stars, and I'm riding on rainbows. I'm busting with bliss, and I'll kiss your hand if this isn't love.
Well, Costello, here's the income tax accountant my brother recommended. Now, let's go in and see him, because you know nothing about finance.
Who knows nothing about finance? I studied finance with Morgenthau, Rockefeller, Vanderbilt, Guggenheim, and Lana Turner.
Oh, wait a minute. What could you learn from Lana Turner?
More than I could learn from Morgenthau, Rockefeller, Vanderbilt, and Guggenheim.
All talk sense. Let's go into the accountant's office. Come on.
I won't tell you how much I made last year. I won't tell you. Nobody can make me tell.
Who was that?
Nora Prentice.
Come on, Costello. You've got to find the tax accountant.
Oh, I'll ask that woman over there. Pardon me, miss. Can you tell me...
Well, if it isn't Mr. Abbott.
Oh, hello.
And Mr. Costello. You fought, little man, you. It's so nice to meet you, a goon.
Every time we meet you, we meet a goon.
Quiet, Costello. What brings you here, miss?
I came to see my accountant about the taxes I owe to the government.
The government.
The government? Oh, yes, Abbott. That's in Washington, D.C. That's where President Truman lives.
Well, I must be rambling off. As they say in Russian, Akoshe sito bublichka stoyo.
And a mushy meatball and a kisser to you, too.
Well, come on, Costello. Here's the accountant to help you.
Aha, gentlemen. As George Washington said to Thomas Jefferson, sit down. I'm just concluding some business with this client, and I'll be with you in a moment. And now, as I was saying, about that $100,000 that you made last Saturday afternoon, we'll have to figure out the tax on it and get in touch with you later. Nice client, that Oliveri. Well, now, gentlemen, as Cleopatra said to Mark Antony, what can I do for you?
Well, Mr. Costello here wants you to help him with his income tax.
Fine, fine. Now, Mr. Costello, how much money did you make last year?
Well,
Speak right up, young man. Speak right up. All this information is confidential.
Well, I made...
Tell me about it. Tell me. How much did you make?
Well, it was in a...
Tongue! Tongue! Has the cat got your tongue? Get the marbles out of your mouth. That's better. Now, Mr. Costello, if you don't fill out your income tax form, you'll go to jail. They'll put you behind bars in Leavenworth, Kansas, or Atlanta, Georgia.
Please, Abbott, not Georgia. Don't let them send me to Atlanta. It's terrible to be in jail in Georgia.
Why?
2 wardens.
Well, let's get down to business now. As John Alden once said to Miles Standish, did you work last year?
Yes, and I had a very steady job.
Aha. What did you do?
I was best man at Artie Shaw's weddings.
In the fiscal year of 46, by what method did you ascertain your income?
Well, what was that?
Oh, the man wants to know how you filled out your form last year.
By eating mashed potatoes and banana splits.
Now let's look your papers over. I've got great news for you, Costello. According to these figures, last year you earned $495. And if you don't make any more money between now and March 15, you don't have to pay any income tax.
I promise. I won't make any money. I'll work for nothing. I'll work for less than nothing.
Now, how can you do that?
I'll become a public school teacher.
I warn you, Costello, don't make another penny. Don't even feel in telephone slots or play pinball machines.
Thanks, mister. And you can send me a bill.
Yes. As Josephine said to Napoleon, I will.
Oh, boy, Abbott, am I happy. No income tax to pay. No problems.
Hello, Mr. Abbott.
Up to now.
Hello there, Mrs. Wetwash.
Well, Mr. Abbott, I see they've grounded the Goodyear blimp. Oh, pardon me, it's Costello. I'm so excited. I just came from the doctor. He's going to change my nose.
Good. Maybe this time they can put it in the middle of your face.
Mrs. Wetwash, Costello just filed his personal income tax.
Oh, you fat little businessman, you. I'd hate to pay the tax on your corporation. Oh, boy, I taxed my brain for that one.
Mrs. Wetwash, there's no tax on abandoned property.
That reminds me, Costello, I still owe you $20 for mowing the lawn last month.
Gee, that's well.
And don't take it, Costello. Remember what the man said?
Oh, that's right. Mrs. Wetwash, I don't want your money.
But you did the work, and the money is yours.
Mrs. Wetwash, you couldn't force me to take that money.
Oh, now isn't that sweet? Well, if you won't take the money, then I must give you a great big kiss.
Okay. You forced me. Give me the money. Goodbye, Mrs. Wetwash.
Now, Costello, look what you've done. You've got $20 too much money.
Hey, Abbott, don't let them put me in jail.
Hiya, fellas.
Well, it's Skinny Ennis.
Hey, Abbott. Now, maybe I can unload the store on him. Hey, Skinny, could you use $20?
No, me? I got plenty of money.
I just stole an invention for automobiles that will save racehorse players a lot of money.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I'll get an attachment for an automobile save racehorse players a lot of money.
Well, every time they get within 7 miles of a racetrack, the car blows up. Hey, by the way, Costello, here's the $20 I borrowed from you last week.
Oh, forget about that, Skinny. Wait a minute. I don't want that money. You couldn't force me to take it.
Okay, if you won't take the money. Tell you what I'll do. I'll give you a brand new routine. You say, Abbott, what does your brother do at the bank? And he says, tell her. And you say, tell her what?
Wait a minute.
He says, tell her.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
And you
Wait
say,
a minute! You forced me. Give me the money.
Okay. Well, so long, fellas.
Costello, you did it again. Now you've got $40 too much.
Let's go out and buy $40 worth.
$40 worth of what?
And these days, who asked?
Oh.
Louis Costello.
Hey, look, it's Marilyn Maxwell.
There you are, Louis, honey. I haven't seen you since the cocktail party last Saturday. Did you get home all right?
Yes, but I woke up the next morning with big circles under my eyes.
From staying up late?
No, somebody set a couple of wet beer glasses down on my face.
By the way, Louis, I'm selling raffle tickets for my club. They're $5 apiece, and
I'll buy 8 of them.
Louis, 8 would be $40. Can you afford to buy 8?
I can't afford to buy any less.
Oh, now, Louis, I appreciate your spirit, but you couldn't force me to take all that money.
Marilyn Maxwell, you sell me 8 tickets or I'll kiss you right here.
Okay. You forced me. Here are the tickets.
Camel presents lovely Marilyn Maxwell from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Beginning or the End. And here's Marilyn to sing for Camel fans everywhere.
I believe in wishing well, and I also believe in a lot of things the daisy tells. I believe that four-leaf clover brings lots of luck, lots of joy, lots of happiness. I believe those things. And when it's Christmas, I believe in Santa Claus. Why do I believe? I guess that I believe because I believe that dreams come true. If you wish for the dream by a wishing well, don't tell the wish or you'll break the spell. It may sound naive, but that's what I believe. And when it's Christmas, I believe in Santa Claus. Why do I believe? I guess that I believe because I believe that dreams come true. If you wish for the dream by a wishing well, don't break the wish or you'll break the spell. It may sound naive, but that's what I believe.
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
No part of the country was too remote, no town was too small. For that survey of cigarette preferences among doctors was truly nationwide. Doctors in all parts of the country, doctors in all branches of medicine were included. 3 leading independent research organizations asked this question of 113,597 doctors. What cigarette do you smoke, doctor? The brand named most was Camel. Try a Camel on your T-zone. That's T for taste and T for throat, your proving ground for any cigarette. And you'll understand the reasons for this preference. See if your taste doesn't joyously respond to Camel's rich flavor. See if your throat isn't extra happy with Camel's cool mildness. See if you too don't say, yes, Camel suits my T-zone to a T.
Well, Costello, that $40 you gave Marilyn for the raffle tickets finally brought you down to $495, your original non-taxable income. Now, do you think you can keep away from making any more money till March 15th?
Oh, certainly. My Uncle Artie Stebbins taught me that a man can do anything he puts his mind to. Uncle Artie once made up his mind to be a butterfly. He hollered, "I'm a butterfly! I'm a butterfly!"
Did he turn into a butterfly?
No, but they took him away in a net.
Boys, I've been looking all over for you. Have you heard the news?
Yes, Marilyn. Dick Tracy captured influence.
No. I mean the news about the raffle. Somebody won a lot of money.
Oh, that's all right, Marilyn. I expected to lose, but I'll be a success someday.
Costello, to be a success, you've got to have brains.
I've got brains.
And you have to work hard.
I'll work hard.
And you've got to keep away from women.
I'll work hard. Who cares about money? I even wish I had more money to lose.
You have.
Good. I'm glad that I did. What did you say, Marilyn?
Yes, Louis. The 8 chances you bought from me won the first 8 prizes in the raffle.
No.
So here's your money. $3,000.
No. Marilyn, what have you done to me? After what we've meant to each other, I treated you so nice. I took you out. I took you to the swellest places. Showed you a good time. And now, in 10 days before income taxes are due, you put me in a higher bracket. Oh, I wish I was dead. Broke.
Well, Louis, I don't understand you. You should take that $3,000 and sink it into something.
A great idea. Where's the nearest river?
Come, Costello. We've got to work fast. See you later, Marilyn.
Yeah, but what are we going to do now?
Costello, you ingrate.
Yeah.
You and your raffle tickets. Here I work my fingers to the bone. I slave. I stay up nights thinking how to keep you broke. And you go behind my back and win $3,000. Why? Why do you always do these things to me?
Oh, I'm a bad boy!
I'll say you are. You have the brains of a low-grade idiot.
Okay, Abbott. You can have it back anytime you want it.
Now, never mind. Now, you listen to me. You've got to get rid of that $3,000. Do you hear?
But how, Abbott?
Well, wait a minute. I've got it. We'll give $1,000 apiece to the first 3 people we meet.
Oh, pardon me, gentlemen. I'm in distress. Would you help me out?
Help you out of distress? Lady, you can't walk around the streets without a dress on.
Shame on the lady. Shame on the lady.
Costello, please.
The lady wants to walk around.
No.
Shame on you.
Costello, you don't understand.
Bad lady.
Look, low, please. When she says she's in distress, she's not talking about this dress she's in. She's talking about distress she wants to get out of.
She must be Gypsy Rose Lee's grandmother.
No, Costello. Can't you see this old lady is in distress?
Certainly.
Well, she wants to get out of it.
Don't just stand there, Rabbit. Put a screen around her.
Young man, when I say distress, I don't mean distress like this dress I'm wearing. I mean distress like the distress you're in when you're in distress.
Madam, where do you live?
In the old lady's home.
How do you like that? Now they're doing our routines in the old lady's home.
Cut that out, Costello. Give the lady $1,000.
$1,000?
$1,000. That's right. Here it is. $1,000 right on the nose. Be happy.
Be happy? I certainly will. Oh, thank you.
Now, come on, Costello. You've got $2,000 left. Let's get rid of it. Fast.
Yes, Abbott. You're right. We got to go.
All right, you guys. All right. This is a stick-up.
Oh, burglar.
Shut up. This is a stick-up man.
Look at his puss. What's he got to be stuck up about?
Look, you, when he says I'm a stick-up man, he don't mean I'm stuck up. He means that... What am I saying? I got no time for routines. Come on, heist them.
Mr. Burglar, will you please say heist them again?
What for?
My pants are falling down. Hey, is that gun a 45?
Yeah.
What's the matter? Couldn't you get a 46 delivery?
Don't be a wise guy, you.
You could rob me of the last joke if you care to.
Don't be a wise guy. My trigger finger is itching.
I'll scratch it for you.
Costello, will you shut up or you'll kill us?
Wait a minute. What are you applauding for?
When he said kill us, my whole life passed before me. The Costello story starring Larry Parks.
Come on, you. Come on. Hand over the dough.
Hey, Costello. This is your chance to get rid of the $2,000.
Ooh, that's right. You're right, Abbott. Here, Mr. Burglar. Here is $2,000 for you.
What?
I wish you'd have stuck me up about 5 minutes ago. I could have given you $3,000.
Hey, wait a minute. What is this? This is a funny stick-up. You seem to be happy to get rid of this dough. What is it, Confederate?
Oh.
No, Mr. Costello just wants to get rid of this money. You see, that $2,000 puts him in a higher income bracket.
Oh, well, that's different.
Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
I'm just figuring the earnings for the year. Let me see. I heisted the bank in Frisco. That was $21,000. The bank in Oakland. That was $42,000. Then I stuck up the bank in Pismo Beach.
You must have got a few thousand clams out of there.
Yeah, I can't pay tax on all that loot. I gotta get rid of it.
Yes, sir. And you'd better do it before March 15th, too.
March 15th?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna get rid of it right now. Here, Fatso. Here's $35,000.
And I ain't gonna take it.
You'll take it or I'll brain you.
Don't be afraid of him, Costello. Stand up to him. Don't be a coward. You're not afraid of him.
That's right. I ain't afraid of you. I've got courage you haven't got. I've got fortitude you haven't got. Now I've got a lump on the head that you haven't got.
Here's the money. So long, jerk.
Hey, Abbott, what am I going to do with all this money?
Give it to somebody quick.
Here comes an old lady. I'll give it to her. Pardon me, madam. Would you like...
Oh, there you are. I've been looking all over for you.
Hey, Abbott, it's the same old lady I gave the other $1,000 to.
Yes, I am. And remember when you gave me the $1,000, you said be happy?
Yes.
Well, be happy won the race and paid 90 to 1.
Abbott!
Here's your share, $45,000.
Abbott! Get me out of here!
Abbott and Costello will be back in just a moment for Camel Cigarettes.
During the war, the makers of Camel cigarettes sent a total of more than 150 million free Camels to our fighting men overseas. Now, free Camels are sent to servicemen's hospitals instead. This week, the Camels go to Veterans Hospital, Biloxi, Mississippi, U.S. Army Percy Jones General Hospital, Battle Creek, Michigan, U.S. Naval Hospital, Houston, Texas, U.S. Marine Hospital, Lexington, Kentucky, and Veterans Hospital, Fort Logan, Colorado.
Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 3 times a week, are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are still stationed and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. And now, back to Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Well, Costello, you got to get rid of that money before March 15th. But don't worry. Next week I'll take you out to the racetrack. And we'll bet on the big jockeys. They're bound to lose.
By the way, Abbott, what is the difference between the big jockeys and the little jockeys?
Wait.
Okay, I waited. Now you can tell me.
I just told you.
You just told me what?
No, I told you wait.
Why do I have to wait? Why can't you tell me now?
Oh, Costello, you're impossible. I'm going home. Good night, folks.
Good night. Good night, everybody.
I'm sorry we can't wait to hear any more about Wait tonight. Abbott and Costello will be back next Thursday, so you'll have to wait until then when Lou Costello plays the pony.
Mr. Pipe Smoker, it's up to you whether you're smoking just a pipe or one that's filled with pipe appeal. To fill your pipe with pipe appeal, just pack in Prince Albert and enjoy the rich, tasty flavor of Prince Albert's ripe, mild tobacco. Enjoy cool, tongue-easy mildness, too, because Prince Albert is specially treated to ensure against tongue bite and crimp cut to burn slow and even. So pack your pipe with good PA for pipe appeal. And for a half hour packed with good music and fun, tune in to Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry on Saturday night. Tap your feet and warm your heart to the American folk singing of Fred Foley with his guitar. Laugh with Minnie Pearl and the Duke of Paducah. Remember, Grand Ole Opry, Saturday night on NBC.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before.
C-A-M-K-L-S.
Abbott and Costello will soon be seen in the new Universal International picture, Buck Privates Come Home. This is Michael Roy in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night for Camel. Stay tuned now for the Eddie Cantor Show.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is hair. H-A-I-R.
Really?
You bet your life. Elgin American, creator of America's most beautiful compacts, smartest cigarette cases, magic action lighters, finest dresser sets, presents Groucho Marx in the Elgin American show, You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here's that sterling Elgin American, the one, the only...
That's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $2,000 for one of our couples tonight. George Fenneman, who's first on the docket?
Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a pair of newlyweds. And here they are, Mr. and Mrs. Frank Goodell. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, youngsters, for Elgin American Compact. And if you say the secret word, you win a 16-millimeter Apollo Sound movie projector that sells for $129.50. It's a common word, something you always have with you. You two are newlyweds, eh?
Right.
Mrs. Frank Goodell, is that right?
Yes.
You're not related to John Goodell.
That's what I know.
You're the blushing bride, I take it.
I'm the bride.
Mr. Goodell, if I'm not too impudent, how old are you?
53.
And you're a newlywed, huh?
That's right.
Took you a long time to find a preacher, didn't it?
Didn't find a preacher, he was a judge.
What were you up on, a traffic rap? And how old are you, Mrs. Goodell?
58.
Well, you don't look it. And,
I'll be honest.
well, you don't have to be honest with me. I won't be honest with you. And how long ago was this knot tied?
4 days.
4 days ago. Was the knot tied good and tight?
I hope so. I think so.
Mm-hmm. Maybe it's too tight the way he looks right now. Maybe stopping his circulation. Who attended the wedding, Frank?
Oh, the judge and the court clerk.
Where were you out? Bowling? What do you do for a living, Frank?
I'm an attendant at the Brentwood Hospital.
Mrs. Goodell, are you working?
I work there, too.
Oh, you both work there. And you met her in the hospital. How did it happen?
Oh, I just bumped into her somewhere around there on the ground. I can't remember.
You bumped into her on the ground? What were you, crawling along? Can you fill in the details of the first meeting, Mrs. Goodell? It must have impressed you, I imagine.
Well, he isn't altogether right.
About anything?
Well, about our meeting.
Oh.
Because it happened...
I thought you were going to say he wasn't all together and let it go.
No, I just mean that that isn't altogether the way it happened. A mutual friend of ours, a lady, came to me and said to me, I want you to meet a friend of mine.
Who was crawling along on the ground?
She didn't say that. And
what did she
said,
say?
I want to bring him over to your house. And as I go, I'll say, Frank, get her telephone number. And, of course, if he's seen it 2 times, he'll try it on me. All right, I wrote the letter very carefully for him, and then from there we waited for things to happen.
What did you say when you proposed to Mrs. Goodell?
I just said, let's get married.
Did he tell the truth, Mrs. Goodell?
Well, no, it didn't happen quite like that.
Your two stories don't exactly jibe, Frank.
Oh, well, I get all twisted up, you know.
Yeah. Well, when she gets you home, she'll unravel you, I think. Well, in spite of my being so nosy, I hope the wedding bells aren't as cracked as I am, Frank. And we want you to have some perfect Christmas gifts from our sponsor.
For Mrs. Goodell, a gift any bride will enjoy. This lovely engraved dresser set by Elgin American.
That is beautiful.
And what have you got for Frankie boy here, huh?
And Mr. Goodell, for your ideal Christmas gift, Elgin American's hand-engraved sterling silver cigarette case that holds 20 regular or 16 king-size cigarettes.
Well, Frank, let's get back to your marriage, shall we?
Sure, okay.
Well, you don't have to be so enthusiastic about it. Now, after the honeymoon, did you carry her over the threshold?
No, but I'm thinking about it.
Well, that's good enough, I think. Now, Mrs. Goodell, what particular advantages are there in marrying late in life? I mean, you get companionship.
Companionship, yes, indeed.
Security. You have anything to add to that, Frank?
Not a thing. Everything she says is right.
Haven't you any ideas of your own about why it's nice you got married?
Oh, sure. Clean clothes. Someone to cook for me and play
clean
canasta.
Clothes, huh? You could have married a laundromat, you know.
Someone to play canasta with.
Good thing he isn't crazy about football, huh? You might have married Red Grange. Huh? Red Grange. That'll give you an idea of the last time I saw a football game. Now, what's been your biggest thrill, Mrs. Goodell?
I think the fact that we are married. When I met
that's a very sentimental answer. Very pretty. Now, what about you, Frank? What's been your most thrilling experience that you can remember?
When I shot my first deer.
You know, you've got more romance in your little fingers than you have in all the rest of your body. Well, it's certainly been nice having you here, and we want to best wishes to both of you, from all of us. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to work together as a team for $2,000. But first, I want you to pay attention to this.
Hello? Of course I was asleep. What's keeping you awake all night? I know you have to mail it tomorrow to reach her for Christmas. Send a compact set like your Elgin American. Anyone would adore it. All right, so I'm wonderful. Now go to sleep. Good night.
Don't lose sleep over your gift list. Use that wonderful idea, a matching exquisite Elgin American compact and cigarette case to thrill any woman. Add the matching lighter to impress her even more. These very fashionable sets are great value. Start at just $9.95. $6.95 for Elgin American's companion American Beauty set. Come in sterling silver, too. Tomorrow, buy these stunning compact gifts with matching cigarette case, lighter, or both with the prestige name women prefer, Elgin American.
Okay, now see if you'll get a chance at the $2,000 question. You're going to play the Elgin American game, you bet your life. Fenneman, explain the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $2,000 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected major cities of the world as your category. Here's your first question. You have $20. How much are you going to try?
5.
In what country is the city of Leipzig?
Poland. Oh,
one answer between you now. No, I'm sorry. It's Germany.
They now have $15.
Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. How much of the 15 will you try?
5 more.
5 more. In what country is the city of Prague?
Czechoslovakia.
Czechoslovakia is right.
Now they have $20
All right,
again.
now you're back where you are. Here's your third question. How much of the 20 you're going to risk?
10 of it.
$10. In what country is the city of Sheffield?
England.
England is correct.
They're on the way now. They have $30.
You've got $30. How much are you going to try? $10. All right. And what country is the city of Warsaw?
Poland.
Poland is correct.
And they wind up with $40.
Thanks and good luck from Elgin American Compacts. Now, stick around. You're still in the running for the big question.
Well, Groucho, the secret word is still hair.
It is.
And our next couple may say it. They've been in a waiting room off stage, and here they come. A postal clerk and a housewife selected by our studio audience just before we went on the air. Mrs. Carrie Wolf and Mr. Jack Nelson meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins the 16-millimeter Apollo Sound movie projector instantly. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mr. Jack Nelson. How are you?
Fine.
Jack Nelson, I knew you were the postal clerk. You had that baggy look about you. Where are you from, Jack?
I was born in Mississippi.
And what zone number?
Well, they didn't have zones in those days.
Mrs. Carrie Wolf? Where are you from, Carrie?
I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. About 10 minutes ride from the river on a streetcar.
Any particular river?
Mississippi.
Oh, the Mississippi. What does your husband do, Carrie?
He's a chemical salesman.
Chemical salesman?
Yes.
What kind of a salesman is that, huh?
Oh, he sells all kinds of chemicals.
Well, then I guess he's a chemical salesman. Huh? How'd you meet him?
Well, I met him at a picnic. And he said if I had a bathing suit, I'd go in swimming. So I told him I'd loan him mine. He weighed 120 pounds, and I weighed 204. So,
and what were you wearing?
I didn't go in the water. I didn't want to get my hair wet.
Well, Mrs. Wolf, you said hair, and that's the secret word. George, tell her what she wins.
A 16-millimeter Apollo Sound movie projector. Now, Mrs. Wolf, you can show regular Hollywood sound movies or movies you take yourself. It sells for $129.50.
Jack, tell me, who do you work for? Insufficient postage?
United States Post Office.
You work for the post office, but who's your boss, then?
Well, the Postmaster General.
Don't be so sure, you know. The way things are going in Washington these days, you're liable to find your boss as the Postmaster Admiral. So what do you do as a postal clerk?
Well, I sell money orders, I work in the register section, and sort mail.
Sort mail. Tell me, do you run across some pretty interesting confidential letters?
Oh, I never read letters.
Well, then I'll never waste my time writing you a letter. Are there any new postal regulations we should know about this year?
Yes, there's one important one.
What's that?
Well, that is to put 2 cents on all unsealed Christmas cards instead of 1.5 cents.
Mm-hmm. Just put a 2-cent stamp on it? Don't you have to put the address on it? Now, posters do. That's you. Tell me, Mr. Nelson. Maybe you don't read letters, but I'll bet you read what's on the postal cards, don't you?
Well, only the ones addressed to myself.
This baby is on to me. You mean you don't even take a little glance at other people's postal cards?
No.
Well, how do you know where to deliver them? Now, tell me, Dead Letters, I presume the Christmas season is your busiest time. Do you have any advice for our listeners that will make your work easier?
Yes, they could address all letters plainly and be sure that all packages are tied securely and mail the letters early.
Can you read mail when you hold it up to the light?
No.
Oh, you've tried it, huh? Well, it's been interesting having you here, and we want you to have the perfect Christmas gifts from our sponsor. Fenneman?
For Mrs. Wolf, Elgin American's beautiful simulated pearls. They're the finest pearls made by man. I'm sure you'll enjoy them.
Beautiful. Thank you.
And for Mr. Nelson, Elgin American's popular cigarette case with today's smart leather-like look. Something to show off.
Now, let's play You Bet Your Life for $2,000. You run your $20 into more than the other two couples, and you get the chance at the big question later. Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners how much the first couple won.
The newlyweds won $40.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected capitals of states as your category. Is that right?
That's right.
How much are you going to try?
$10.
$10. All right. What is the capital of Colorado?
Denver.
Denver is correct.
Groucho, they have $30.
Don't forget, you're going for $2,000 tonight. How much of the $30 will you try? 25. Is that all right with you, Jack?
That's fine.
All right. What is the capital of Utah?
Salt Lake City.
Salt Lake City is correct.
They're climbing, Groucho. They have $55.
And here is your third question. How much of the 55 are you going to try?
52.
What about you, Jack? You've got something to say about this, too, you know.
About 50, I think.
50? Is that all right with you, Carrie? All right. Now, what is the capital of South Dakota?
Pierre.
Pierre is correct.
Now they have $105.
All right. You've got $105, and here's your last chance to beat the other couple. Now,
105.
you're going to bet on... Is that all right with you, Jack?
Yes, that's fine.
105. What is the capital of Arkansas?
Little Rock.
Little Rock is correct.
And they wind up with $210.
All right, Carrie. Thanks and good luck from Elgin American Compacts. Now, in just 1 minute, our last couple will play You Bet Your Life, and then we know who gets the $2,000 question. But right now, listen.
Jingle bells, jingle for the girls. Oh, what joy it is to get Elgin American's gorgeous pearls.
That's a woman's theme song this Christmas. Elgin American's new and fabulous simulated pearls are a joy to receive and wear. Make the most luxurious gift for the most reasonable price. Pearls have a beauty that's always in fashion. And Elgin American pearls have the beauty never seen before. They're a revelation in quality, luster, class. Come distinctively gift boxed, even jewel boxed in metal for her dressing table. Yet all this complete superiority costs just $2 to $20 plus tax. See chokers, ropes, bracelets, earrings, strands for children and teenagers, too. Buy them tomorrow for the gift supreme. They're the simulated pearls of all time, the values of all time. Magnificent Elgin American pearls.
Now then, we soon know who's going to earn the most money and get the chance at the $2,000 question. George, who's leading so far?
The postal clerk and the housewife with $210. And the secret word is still hair. Our final couple is coming in from their waiting room. Perhaps they'll say the secret word. We invited some physical instructors to the show tonight, and just before we went on the air, the studio audience selected Mr. Karis Kern and a high school boy, Jules Kirker, to be his partner. Gentlemen, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, Giants, to the Elgin American. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins a 16-millimeter movie projector instantly. It's a common word, something you always have with you. So you're a physical physical instructor.
Yes.
Physical instructor, huh?
Yes.
Yeah. Where are you from, Karis?
Colfax, Colorado.
Is that near Hot Fats? Colfax?
That's right. I think they changed the name, though.
Well, I should think they would. Where are you from, Shrimp? Huh? Julius, huh?
Yeah. You can call me Jules.
Well, that'll be fun, huh? Call me Jules, too, huh? Where are you from?
I was born in the capital of the United States, Brooklyn.
Not since the World Series, old boy. Do you have any children at home?
No, I'm only 15.
You have 15 children at home, huh?
No, I'm only 15 years old.
Well, answer the question. Do you have any children at home?
I have 2 sisters and a brother.
Well, that's a nice-sized family. How long have you been married?
I'm not married.
Well, how'd you meet your wife? Once I fasten on to something, there's no letting go. How'd you meet your wife, Julius?
Well, I haven't got a wife.
Oh, a bachelor, eh? You live all alone?
No, I live with my family.
Now we're getting someplace. Why didn't you say so? How big is your family?
Well, I have 2 sisters, a brother, my mother and father, and myself.
You're evading the question. How big is your father?
My father's not so tall, but I have a brother taller than you.
Don't forget I'm sitting down. And I'm wearing glasses. Mr. Karen, who are you?
I'm a physical director.
Well, you're threatening me, too, huh? Where do you do your physical instructing?
At the Marcy House of Health.
I thought Marcy was in the cold, cold ground, huh? Well, what do you do in this abattoir, huh? Slaughterhouse, isn't it?
We add years to your life and life to your years.
Did you just make that up?
No, that's our motto.
Oh. Tell me, body and soul, what are some good exercise people can do at home?
One of the best is open a window and stand for it and take several deep breaths.
No, that wouldn't be any good for me. I haven't got strength enough to open the window, huh? How's your wife, Julius?
I've got a wife.
She left you, eh? Well, you still got your family, huh? You tell your father he doesn't scare me a bit. Are you working, Julius?
Sometimes I work down at my dad's store.
What kind of a store?
He has a grocery store down at Bray and Adams.
What's the name of it?
The Bray Food Center.
You ever hook any stuff down there?
Well, what I do for him is sometimes when he's busy, I stock and answer the telephone sometimes.
What kind of phone calls do you get there?
People having orders.
Like what? What do they order?
Food.
I didn't think they ordered underwear in the grocery store. How much dough do you make down there?
All depends.
Depends if your father's out of the store, you mean? What are you saving for?
Made my college education.
Where do you want to go?
Undecided.
Is that near here? You've got a girl, Julius, huh?
Yeah, slightly.
Well, she should be slight at that age. What is she like? Could you describe her, Julius?
Well, she wears jet black hair. Sometimes she wears...
Here we go again. You just said hair, and that's tonight's secret word. George, tell him what he wins.
A 16-millimeter Apollo sound movie projector. Now, Julius, you can show regular Hollywood sound movies or movies you take yourself. It sells for $129.50.
How's your wife, Julius?
Haven't got a wife.
Oh, you got rid of her, huh? Still got your family, I hope. Now, we have some wonderful Christmas gifts for both of you. George?
For Julius, Elgin American's exclusive heart-shaped compact that's definitely different. It's jeweler's bronze that looks like gold. Just the thing for his mother's Christmas present. And for Mr. Kern, this lovely sterling silver compact with 14-karat gold engraving. An Elgin American, of course. His wife will fall in love with it Christmas morning.
Now, let's play You Bet Your Life. If you can beat our other two couples in the quiz, you'll get a crack at the $2,000 question. I can't tell you how much they won, but George is off stage to remind our listeners.
The postal clerk and the housewife are ahead with $210.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected famous pioneers of science and invention. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, how much are you going to bet on your first question?
10. Okay.
Okay.
Who invented the sewing machine?
Benjamin Franklin. I think it is Benjamin Franklin.
Benjamin Franklin.
No. I'm sorry. It was Elias Howe. H-O-W-E.
They now have $10.
Well, you're down to $10. Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. How much of the $10 would you try?
Five.
Okay. Who discovered the preventer for rabies?
Louis Pasteur.
Louis Pasteur is right.
They're climbing back. They have $15.
That's right. Louis Pasteur. That's Tony Pasteur's brother, huh? Now, here's your third question. You have $15. How much are you going to try? $10? Who invented the wireless? One answer between you.
Benjamin Franklin.
No, you're just Benjamin Franklin happy here, that's all. This time it happened to be Marconi.
They now have $5.
Well, now you've sunk all the way down to $5. You're getting as low as Julius here, huh? Now you've got $5. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 5 are you going to try?
Throw the works.
You're going to shoot the works, huh? Who invented the cotton gin? Eli Whitney is correct.
And they wind up with $10. And that means the housewife and the postal clerk with $210 get the chance at the $2,000 question. And now, a word from Myron Wallace.
The name Elgin American means the very finest quality, designing, finish, and craftsmanship. The best value. In exquisite compacts, gorgeous simulated pearls, magnificent dresser sets, magic action lighters, wondrous lighter cases, distinguished cigarette cases, handsome military sets, fascinating musical humidors. Your favorite store has a complete assortment of the newest Elgin American styles right now. See them. And for your own proud use, for thrilling prestige gifts, always buy Elgin American.
And here's the winning couple, Groucho, the postal clerk and the housewife.
Ready to try for $2,000, eh? Good luck. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so talk it over thoroughly. And please, no help from the audience. Ready? The chairman of Europe's Western Union Defense Alliance is a famous British soldier. He wears a beret. For $2,000, what's his name? All right, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
General Montgomery.
General Montgomery is right, huh? That's right, that's right. That's right, you win $2,000. You had the right answer, so you win $2,000 from Elgin American Compacts. What are you going to do with all that money? What are you going to do with it, Mrs. Wolf?
Whenever I have a streak of good luck, I always remember charity, and then I have to go under 2 major operations, and that'll take care of that.
Well, that's a very worthy way of spending the money. And while you're thinking of charity, remember, charity begins right here, right? Now, Mr. Nelson, you old postal clerk, you, what are you going to do with your swag?
Well, I'm going to finish buying furniture for the house, and I'd like to make a contribution to the Westview Hospital for Negroes.
Well, you received... Let's see, you received lovely gifts from Elgin American. You won $2,000 plus $210. You really cleaned up tonight. Congratulations.
The Elgin American Show, You Bet Your Life, is a John Goodell production. Transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Remember, next week's big question pays $1,000. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for You Bet Your Life, starring Groucho Marx. Presented by the creators of America's most beautiful compacts, smartest cigarette cases, magic action lighters, and finest dresser sets, Elgin American.
Good night, folks. Have you looked at your compact lately? Don't go away now. Bing the Crosby is next, you know.
Well, sir, it's a few minutes past 10:30 o'clock in the evening as our scene opens now, and here in the living room of the small house halfway up in the next block, we find Mr. and Mrs. Victor Gook. Vic is established in his easy chair, reading with absorption Volume 7 of his lodge library. Sade occupies a corner of the Davenport, industriously darning socks. Silence has prevailed for a considerable length of time, but now it's broken.
Leave, I'll go to bed.
What time is it?
Getting on for 11.
Really?
35 minutes past 10, anyway. I've got a big day planned for tomorrow. I need my rest.
What's on the docket for tomorrow?
This house. Been neglecting it lately. Dining room is the big issue. I bet there's dust 9 feet thick behind that buffet. You know, I wouldn't be surprised by what most housekeepers...
Listen.
What's the matter?
Heard the back door open.
Rush is out there.
Thought he hit the hay.
Said he was going to drink a glass of milk.
Uncle Fletcher just walked in.
Well.
Fletcher?
Good evening.
Oh, my stars.
Good evening.
It's getting on for 11 o'clock. Dandy time to drop in for a visit.
Evening, Sadie.
Good evening, Uncle Fletcher. I'm tired.
Well, you can go to bed.
Got 8 bushels of work mapped out for in the morning.
Probably he's only stopping by a minute or two to say hello on his way home.
I hope so. Well.
I didn't know but what you people had retired. So lights burning in both the kitchen and the living room, though, so I figured everybody was still on deck.
We're on deck and feeling fine.
You're out late.
Yes, I'm out late. I'm out late, Sadie, and I'll tell you why. Gonna meet a train.
Oh, really?
At 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock this morning?
Gonna meet a train at 1 o'clock this morning. CNA Depot. Mrs. Trogle.
Mrs. Trogle?
Mrs. Alvy Trogle that lives in the 700 block on West Monroe Street. She's spending a day in Chicago. Her train don't get in till 1 o'clock. I saw Alvy earlier this evening, and he was bothered because he has to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to do some special work at the shops and needs all the rest he can get. But don't like the idea of going to bed and letting his wife come home from the station all by herself so late at night. I said, thunder, Alvy, I'll meet the train. I'll look after the missus.
Well, that was nice of you.
Yes, it was.
1 o'clock's quite a long ways from now.
You're a good boy, Rush.
Thanks.
Rush mentioning just now it's quite a little while till 1 o'clock.
Rush is a good boy.
Yes, how do you plan to put in the time till the train arrives?
Put in the time? Well, I thought I'd chat with you folks a little bit and then amble down to the station. 1 o'clock will roll around before I know it. Yes, that's the way it goes.
I've got to go to bed directly.
Go ahead.
How's that, Vic?
I was going to inquire about the big envelope you got there.
Oh, this. A few articles I dug out of my truck after supper this evening. Thought you folks would be interested.
More photographs and snapshots.
Oh, no, not more photographs.
Photographs and snapshots, Uncle Fletcher?
Christmas cards, by George.
You're not selling them?
Fine. Here, I'll open my envelope.
You're not selling Christmas cards, are you, Uncle Fletcher?
Oh, no. These are old ones I dug up out of my trunk. Different than the kind people send nowadays. Had Idie Rush here might enjoy looking at old-fashioned Christmas cards.
I would.
No, I'll put in the time all right till Mrs. Trogle's train pulls in. Be 1 o'clock before I know it.
I'm not going to stay up.
You don't have to.
Now, this is a Christmas card from James S. Dredge.
Oh, you're on to bed.
Well, hop along.
Christmas card from James S. Dredge.
Very nice.
Says here, with best wishes for a happy holiday season to Edna, Gus, Arthur, and Bug-Eye. James S. Dredge.
A lot of lace work on that card.
Yes, indeed. Years ago, they put more lace work on Christmas cards than a horse. Who's Edna, Gus, Arthur, and Bug-Eye?
I don't know.
Well, here, Rush, you can have this Christmas card.
Hey, thanks. I accept with pleasure.
Oh, now, keep it. It's yours. Paste it on the looking glass over your dresser.
Okay.
Sure.
Excuse yourself. I'm going up to bed.
I will in a second.
Christmas card by George from U.Q. Tuttle.
Angels made out of tinfoil pasted all over.
Angels made out of tinfoil pasted all over.
Very handsome card.
Who's U.Q. Tuttle?
I don't know.
Wishing Fletcher Rush a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year with fond memories of our jolly times together in Boone, Iowa. U.Q. Tuttle. Hey, I've never been in Boone, Iowa.
No, that's what you said the other day. You said
Never been in Boone, Iowa in my life.
Been to Stanwood, been to Sioux City, been to Ottumwa, but never quite hit Boone. Some mistake here. Sadie, who's you cute, Tuttle?
Well, I haven't any idea. Say, Uncle Fletcher, if you don't mind, I
Says we had jolly times together in Boone. I never been in Boone.
Uncle Fletcher, would you mind if I excused myself and went upstairs? I'm very tired and feel like I ought to get...
Uh-huh. No, I've never been in Boone.
Uncle Fletcher.
Yes, Sadie?
I think I better excuse myself and go to bed.
Sure, do that.
I'm just terrible tired.
You bet. Run right along.
I've got oceans of housework laid out for in the morning, and I think maybe it'd be best.
I understand just how it is. Don't blame you a bit. You run right along and hit the hay. I'll tell Mrs. Trogel hello for you at the depot.
Yes, do that.
No, I've never been in Boone. Where's you cute Tuttle? Get that noise I been in Boone.
Couldn't see.
Must be some half-wit. Here, Rush.
Giving it to me?
Paste it on your looking glass.
Okay.
Well, good night, everybody.
Good night, Sade.
Don't you and Rush stay up all night.
Coming upstairs myself in a minute.
Night, Mom.
Night, Sonny. Good night, Uncle Fletcher.
This is a Christmas card from George Yeapley.
Good night, Uncle Fletcher.
George Yeapley's not a familiar name either. I don't recollect any George Yeapley.
Mom's telling you good night.
Who is?
Mom. She's telling you good night. She's going to bed.
Oh, good night, Sadie.
Good night. Come take supper with us soon. I'll telephone you later on in the week.
No, I never was acquainted with any George Yeapley. Knew a George Yipper and a George Wheatman, but no George Yeapley.
Night, Sade.
Night.
What you say, Vic?
Just tell him say good night.
Oh, night. Here.
Give me this one, too?
Sure.
Thanks.
Say, Uncle Fletcher, I believe I'll desert the party also. I got a big day at the office tomorrow, and I think I
Sure,
must.
you bet. Trot right along.
I don't like to shirk my duties as a host.
Forget it. Rush, here's a Christmas card that must have cost 50 cents.
Really?
At least 50 cents. I don't know who sent it, by George. From Eleanor Sweeting, it says down here at the bottom, but I never was acquainted with any Eleanor Sweeting.
Huh.
Well, night, fellas.
Night,
Good night, Uncle Fletcher.
Oh, I never was acquainted with any Eleanor Sweeting. I remember when I received this card. It was 20 years ago.
Good night, Uncle Fletcher.
I was living in Belvedere at the time. Now, whether this young lady admired me from the sidelines or not, I
Duff's
couldn't...
telling you good night.
What?
Duff's telling you good night.
Oh, night, Vic.
Good night. You coming along shortly, Rex?
Yeah. Whether this young lady, Eleanor Sweeting, admired me from the sidelines or not, I couldn't say. She might have taken a shine to me and decided to send me a Christmas card under an assumed name, let's see. Because I inquired around Belvedere there. I asked a lot of people. Know anybody in town here named Eleanor Sweeting, let's see? But nobody placed the name. Either the young lady sent me this Christmas card under an assumed name, or else there actually was an Eleanor Sweeting, and she lived out in the country somewhere. Here.
Thanks.
Now, let's see what we got. Christmas card from Ed Nyergarth and Charlie Slime. The curious thing about this particular Christmas card, I know Ed Nyergarth like I know my own brother, but who in thunder Charlie Slime is, I haven't the faintest idea. Ed Nyergarth and myself clerked together at Weber's grocery store on the city limits of Sterling, Illinois. Ed was a great hand for eating popcorn late at night. Popped his old popcorn, kept it in his bedroom. You like popcorn yourself pretty much, don't you, Rush? Ed and I, guys, would rather eat popcorn than apple pie. Well, popcorn's good. We agree on that, don't we? Rush? Rush? You asleep, Rush? Rush? Boy's asleep. To Fletcher, Rush, from August and Henrietta Fisherly. Who in thunder's August and Henrietta Fisherly?
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
Duffy's Tavern where the elite meet to eat. Special today, pig pickle feast. Archie speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Yeah. Oh, yeah, must be 3 or 4 customers here already. You hear that, Duffy? You're in business again. Listen, Duffy, you picked out a very bad time to call up. Yeah, we're just going to go on the air for a broadcast. Now, wait a minute, Duffy. Don't get all excited. It ain't costing a cent. No, the network's doing it for prestige. Well, now, Duffy, I can't brandy words with you now. We're just going on the air, I'm telling you. Goodbye, Duffy. I'll see you later.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Mel Allen. Forecast invites you to join us for a decidedly informal evening at Duffy's Tavern, where anyone under the sun is likely to drop in any time to talk things over with Archie. Almost anyone may drop in tonight. Now, people we're sure will be around, however, are Gertrude Neeson, Colonel Sootnagel, Larry Adler, and John Kirby's orchestra. And now I turn you over to that past master of ceremonies, Archie.
Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the voice of Duffy's Tavern speaking, formerly Duffy's Bar and Grill and still owned by the same proprietorship. And we take great pride in presenting them great musicians, John Kirby and his high schoolians. They offer their own version of Royal Garden Blues. You will note that in the second chorus, the piccolo player hits a note so high that it can only be heard by a dog. Mr. Kirby. Duffy's Tavern where the elite meet to eat. The special today, pig's pickle feast. Oh, hello, boss. Hey, how'd you like Kirby's band? They what? Duffy, they do not. Well, I see what you mean. Mm-hmm. Yeah. What is it, Archie? It's Duffy, Mr. Kirby. He says he thinks the band is great. All right, Duffy, I know. I can't tell a guy that, though. You don't understand artists, Duffy. You know, they're much more insensible than you and me. You gotta tolerate them. But Duffy, you haven't liked nothing since Chauncey Olcott cracked up on Mother McCrae. You're living in a graveyard full of Irish tennis. Wait a minute, Duffy. Gertrude Neeson, new floor show just walked in. What? All right, I'll tell her. I'll speak to you later. Good evening, Miss Neeson.
Hi, Archie.
Say, Miss Neeson, I hate to, I hate to bury sleeping dogs, but Duffy has been complaining about you.
Oh, what's old Novocaine brain sporting about now?
Well, he claims you insulted his best customer, Mr. Feldever K. Beldorf. Was you out to dinner with Beldorf last night?
Yes, and I'll never go out with that crumb again.
Huh?
You know what happened? He asked me to go out to dinner last night, so I go with him. Well, you know how I never like a strange man to pay for my meals.
Yeah, I know.
So I said to him, Mr. Beldorf, I insist that this dinner should be Dutch. But he said he absolutely wouldn't hear of it.
Well, that's nice.
He said I had to pay for him, too.
That's Beldorf, so what did you do?
Oh, I did what any lady would do. I broke a plate over his head.
What else could you do?
Well, frankly, as man to man, do you think that breaking a plate of soup over a guy's head should be construed as an insult?
No, but Beldorf's a little hypersensitive. Yeah, don't like those things. I'll explain it to Duffy, though. By the way, Duffy ain't never heard them golden tones of yours, Miss Neeson. You know, I've told him about you being a great star of the movies and the radio, and when I mentioned that you have been on the stage, he says he had one request.
Look, Archie, even to please Duffy, I will not recite Casey at the bat.
Well, all right, then. But would you mind rendering the customers with a song?
All right, I'll do something especially for Mr. Duffy. Does he rumba?
An amusing question, Miss Neeson. Proceed ahead.
Bailar con la rumba negra, Marina de Rosa. Here's a little knowledge, quite good. Maybe it won't help you, but it should. You cannot travel unless you know how to say yes. That inspirational, so sensational, yes. In Spain they say, si, si. In France they say, oui, oui. Every little Dutch girl says, yeah, yeah. Every little Russian says, da, da. Well, sweetheart, tell me why. No matter how I try, you'll listen to my plea, won't say yes in any language to me. Why don't you say, see, see? All the monkeys in the tree, they don't have to say, see, see. All they do is wag their little tails. That's a little gag that never fails. But, sweetheart, tell me why. No matter how I try, you'll listen to my plea, won't say yes in any language to me. Why don't you say, see, in any language to me. Why don't you say, or maybe you say, why don't you say,
excuse me. Good evening. Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat today's special pig pickle feast. Archie speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, it's you again, Duffy. Say, Duffy, do I have to say that poem you made up every time I answer the phone? All right, I'll say it. Only we're going to be in trouble when the special is corned beef hash. Say, by the way, what did you think of Gertrude Neeson singing? What? Well, gee, Duffy, some people like her. What? A little more pizzicato. All right, I'll tell her. He says you should have sang louder, Miss Neeson.
Let me have that phone. So, you didn't like my singing, Mr. Duffy. And you're the greatest living authority on Irish tenors. You call what you're doing living? Oh, so your wife says a girl who sings like I do would smoke cigarettes. Listen, you crummy old broken-down barfly, you miserable no-good four-flushing... What? Yes, you can call me Gertrude. And furthermore, lame brain, if I had the wings of an angel, I'd beat your brains out with them. Goodbye.
Hello, Duffy. What's new? Duffy, you and your Irish tenors. Wait a minute, Colonel Stoopnagel just come in there. Good evening, Colonel.
Hard evening, Screechy.
Well, how are you tonight, Colonel?
Oh, I'm in pretty good shape for the shape I'm in. That is, considering my shape.
Well, that's pretty good. Have a cigar, Colonel?
Yes, I have.
Thanks. I'll be right with you, Colonel. Have a seat. Hello, Duffy. The Colonel's got a look in his eye like a $3 porterhouse. If I play my cards right, maybe I can sell him a slice off of that Kansas City steer you've been saving for inflation. Well, listen, Duffy, that steer ain't getting no younger. Okay, see you later. Well, Colonel, you sure are a sight to give a person sore eyes. Here, let me take your hat and shotgun. Been to a wedding?
Huh?
Been to a wedding?
No, Archie, I've been hunting ducks.
Hey, Nimrod, would you mind not pointing that shotgun at my head? I just had my hair done.
Pardon me, madam, but you don't have to be afraid of this fowling piece, unless you happen to be a duck.
Well, she don't happen to be no duck, Colonel. She happens to be a canary. Colonel Stoopnagel, this is Chanteuse, Miss Gertrude Neeson.
How do you do? I'm sure.
I haven't seen you in a long time. You're putting on quite a front stoop, Nagel.
Better give me that foul piece, Colonel, and I'll put it out of harm's way.
Hey, careful of that, Archie. That's no ordinary shotgun.
It ain't, huh?
It's what I call a sawed-on shotgun.
Oh.
You will also observe that it's made with one barrel on top of the other instead of side by side. It's for shooting ducks who happen to be riding piggyback.
That's certainly a very clever blundering bust, Colonel.
Blundering bust. Oh, indubitable. Yes. And here's another startling feature about it. One barrel is loaded with bullets, and the other barrel is loaded with nothing.
Loaded with nothing? Why is that?
Well, the loaded one's for shooting ducks, and the unloaded one is for not shooting innocent bystanders.
Say, Archie, how about that steak for the Colonel? Oh, yeah, thanks for reminding me. Say, Colonel, we got a steak here we've been saving especially for you.
Archie, now you're talking. After that duck hunt, I could eat a horse.
Colonel, you have placed an order. Next, that saddle steak for Colonel Stoopnagel.
Want me to ride it in, boss?
No, just slap it on the rump and hold the kitchen door open. It'll walk it. Good evening, Officer Clancy. What'll it be? The usual absence frappe?
Never mind that. Who belongs to the blue sedan parked outside, next to the fire hydrant?
Well, what's wrong with that? It's my own fire hydrant.
Now, listen, you.
Now, you listen, Clancy. You're supposed to be a friend of Duffy. Why do you always come in here annoying the customers?
You listen here, Archie, and don't be giving me no back talk. You keep your customers obeying the law, or I'll close you up.
Well, you can't close us up. We ain't got a license.
Yeah, but I know. Well, don't let it happen again.
Okay, Clancy. Holy smoke, Colonel. If he ever finds out we really got a license, we're going to be in trouble.
Well, don't worry, Archie. I've got a pull with the mayor. I can arrange to have your license revoked.
Oh, thanks. Thanks very much, Miss Mason.
Oh, nothing at all.
Say, Archie.
Yes, Colonel.
Could I interest you in this thing here that I've just invented?
Well, what is it, Colonel? To me, it looks just like a door.
A door it is. It's a bathroom door that you don't have to wait outside of.
You don't have to wait outside. Well, why is that, Colonel?
Because it opens into a closet.
Gosh, Colonel, you sure have got a furtive mind. I'll bet you'd have a million suggestions how to improve this place.
Well, I have one idea you might use, Archie. I've just invented a brand new drink. It's made by brewing malt and yeast and hops together, and the result is a tangy, golden liquid with a frothy head on it.
But, Colonel, we got that here. That's beer.
That's what I call mine.
Colonel, beer was invented more than 2,000 years ago.
Really? It seems like only yesterday.
Say, Colonel, have you ever tried your hand at inventing an Irish tenor?
Why?
Well, Duffy says either I either get an Irish tenor or I'm fired.
My boy never despairs. I, Colonel Lemuel Q. Stoopnagel, am an Irish tenor.
The Reaper. We're saved. Oh, but wait a minute. Duffy only likes Irish tenors.
Ah, sure, me old mother was a queen of the queens of County Down. Ah, she was indeed. Indeed, she was. Oh, well, I remember me mother and I.
Colonel.
Over in the cold.
Hey, Colonel.
Outdoor water.
Hey, Colonel. Colonel, can you sing with a kind of a catch in your voice, maybe?
Listen, Archie, when you hear me sing my Wild Irish Rose, You'll hear the lakes of Killarney. You'll hear the Shannon River flowing softly down to the sea. You'll hear the lilt of Irish laughter, the salt of Irish tears, the beat of brave Irish hearts, and the wail of the Irish banshee. Oh, she was indeed! Indeed, she was! Ah! You hear what I mean, Archie?
Yeah, that's just what I'm afraid of. If it ain't done right, Duffy will be on that phone quicker than Jack Robinson and tear the roof off me.
Ah, don't worry about a thing, Archie. This will be magnificent. To the pipe, Mr. Kirby. My wild Irish roll.
Colonel, I think you better stop. Oh.
Give me a look here.
Hello? This is Finnegan's Pharmacy. This is Finnegan, the pharmacist speaking. All right, Duffy, don't get so excited. All right, well, he stopped, didn't he? What? Oh, Duffy. Well, that ain't possible. No, Duffy, it is not possible. All right.
Hey, what was that, Archie?
It's nothing. We had a request, that's all.
Well, I'm always glad to oblige. What was the request?
Never mind. You couldn't do it.
Say, Archie. Say, Archie.
Yeah?
Look who just came in. You know Larry Abner, the harmonica player.
Why, sure. How are you, Mr. Adler? Glad to see you.
Hello, Archie. Nice seeing you again. Say, Archie, you know Larry Abner happens to be the finest harmonica player in the world. You think Duffy would like a sample of his talent?
That Duffy don't want guys with talent. He wants Irish tenors.
Well, Archie, if it'll help at all, I know a million Irish tunes.
Mr. Adler, do you know Danny Boy? Duffy always liked that one.
Sure, me boyo, I know it well.
Okay. Well, let's take a chance on Mr. Adler. But, Mr. Allen, when you announce him, you know, there's no use confusing Duffy about the man's name. You know what I mean.
Yeah. I get it,
Right.
Archie. I get it. Ladies and gentlemen, Danny Boy, played on the harmonica by the world's greatest harmonica virtuoso, Larry O'Adler.
that to be Duffy. Hello? You liked them? You really did, huh, Duffy? Oh, that's swell. Sure you can hear 'em on record. Yeah, you're right, Duffy. Nothing like an Irish harmonica player. What? Buy a drink for the house. Are you sure this is Duffy? Well, all right, Duffy, that's fine. Okay. Folks, Duffy's buying a drink for everybody. Did you hear that, Nick?
I heard it, but I don't believe it.
Well, it's true. And by the way, Nick, Duffy says close up the free lunch until the thing blows over.
Yeah, boss. That's more like Duffy. Here you are, folks. Drink hearty. It's on Duffy.
Well, you can quote me as being astounded.
Hey, don't often get Duffy in such a monogamous mood. Well, here goes.
Needle beer. Seems like old times. Which reminds me, Archie, whatever became of your old friend Two-Top Gruskin?
Two-Top Gruskin? What is it?
It isn't an it. It's a guy. He's a two-headed baseball pitcher. He can watch first base and third base at the same time.
You say he had 2 heads?
Certainly had 2 heads, Miss Neeson. What's so strange about Two-Top having 2 heads?
Oh, there's nothing strange about it. But Two-Top Gruskin.
Well, his real name is Athos and Porthos Gruskin. They nicknamed him Two-Top, I suppose on account of him having 2 heads.
Very original.
Yeah, what did become of Two-Top?
Oh, he got married.
Happily?
Well, as he always shakes his head when you ask him, is he happily married? Yes and no.
Well, why is that, Archie?
Well, it all started the night that Two-Top's wife, whose maiden name was Inez Harrigan before she was married, the night that she met Two-Top at the Dollar Beer Rack at Masquerade Ball down here at Duffy's Bar and Grill. You know, the old place.
Oh, yeah.
Duffy announces that first prize for the best masquerade costume is going to be a free drink on the house, which, as you know, is a very rare offer from Duffy, outside of on St. Patrick's Day. Whatsoever, let's not digress. Anyway, the masquerade gets rolling, and there's terrific competition for the free drink when all of a sudden in comes a big piece of resistance himself. He comes in, Two-Top Gruskin himself. He comes as a pair of bookends.
As a pair of bookends?
Yeah, with a book between his 2 heads, a book his mother gave him. A little book his mother gave him called My Son, My Son.
I get it, boss. I get it. She knew him like a book, eh, boss?
Hey, that's good, Nick. But let's not have no more of that. Well, anyway, when midnight comes, the judges give the first prize to the bookends. And when he takes off his mask, everybody is amazed to see that the winner is Two-Top. That's how he met Inez. When he takes his mask off, she gives him a quick glance, and then she turns around again and gives him another glance to confirm the first glance. And right away, it was love at first sight. And she says to me later, I don't know, Archie, there was just something different about him. Because I guess it's that he was so tall, blonde, and brunette. Well, Two-Top falls for Inez, too, and it ain't 10 minutes before he's playing I Love You Truly on a harmonica and kissing her at the same time. So, finally, he proposes marriages to her.
Bigamy, huh?
Yeah. So Inez says, okay, Two-Top, after all, twice a loaf is better than none. Hello, Duffy. You changed your mind. You've been thinking it over and you don't like the Adler. But, Duffy, no, you can't take back free drinks after people have drank the drink. No, it's neither practical nor ethnical. But listen, Duffy, will you forget Chauncey old card? I'm in the middle of a story. Yeah, I'll call you back later. Duffy, no restraint. Well, anyway, as I was saying, Two-Top is so happy about Inez marrying him that he quick goes over to the bar to celebrate. So Duffy puts first prize to drink on the house down in front of him. But Harold, the bartender, says, don't you think it's pretty cheap, Duffy, giving a 2-headed guy just 1 drink? So Duffy says, okay, I'll be a sport. I'll give the other head to chaser.
Sounds a bit parsimonious, Archie.
Oh, yes, well, fella. Well, Two-Top takes the drink, see? But it seems he takes it with the head that he inherited from his father's side of the family. And the first thing you know, he can't stop drinking. Well, the head that's drinking the chaser tries to control him, but it's no use. So finally, the sober head winks at Duffy and says, better slip my Mickey, Duffy. Well, then the trouble really starts. Duffy, who's a little nearsighted, makes a mistake, and he puts the Mickey into the chaser. Well, in no time, both the two-tops' heads is out like light. Well, with this, Inez gets mad and she hollers, "You're drunk." So as one man, two-top comes two, or rather he comes four, and he says, "Who's drunk?" So she says, "You are. You on the left." Says, "Come on, Porthos, I'll marry you, but I never want to see that other face again." And that's why, Colonel, to this day, if you ask Two-Top, is he a happy married man, he always nods one head yes and shakes the other head no.
Archie, that's a wonderful story. You're a natural-born raconteur.
Thanks, I think. But I'll be a natural-born corpse if I don't get an Irish tenor for Duffy.
Say, Archie.
Oh, are you here again, Clancy?
Yes, it's the last time I tell you to get that car away from the fire hydrant.
Oh, Clancy, don't Clancy, do you by any chance know any Irish tenors?
Sure, and I'm an Irish tenor myself.
Clancy Olcott.
What's that, Miss Neeson?
Clancy Olcott. If you can make an O-Adler out of an Adler, why can't Clancy be Clancy Olcott?
But Olcott's dead.
Does Duffy know that?
Well, probably not. He still insists that John L. Sullivan is the heavyweight champion of the world.
You see what I mean, Archie?
Eureka, Miss Neeson. I think you've given me the mucus of an idea. Clancy, do you know when Irish eyes are smiling?
Certainly.
Well, what are we waiting for? Give me that microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, Duffy's Tavern takes great pride and pleasure in presenting, at the exclusive request of Mr. Duffy himself, that celebrated Irish tenor, the Olcott.
When Irish eyes are smiling, sure it's like a morning spring. In the leers of Irish laughter, you can hear the angels sing. When Irish hearts are happy, all this world seems bright and gay. And when Irish eyes are smiling, sure they steal your heart away.
Hello, Duffy. You liked it, huh? Well, it's about time you heaped in the comium at me. What? Ah, Duffy. What do you know? He's crying. I always cries when he hears an Irish tenor. Ah, now, Duffy, please. Well, stop, Duffy, stop. Of course we all love you, Duffy. Everybody loves you. Ah, the world ain't against it. Oh, for the love of Mike, Duffy, it ain't true. I tell you, we love you like I was our own son.
And that will give you a rough idea of what Duffy's Tavern will be like when and if it reaches the air regularly. Tonight's program, like each forecast show, is intended as a sample broadcast, an illustration of what you may expect of Duffy's Tavern if it eventually becomes a weekly radio feature. If you want to hear more from Archie, from Gertrude Neeson, from John Kirby's orchestra, and from the never audible but always active Duffy himself, write to CBS and tell us so. Your applause will help to make Duffy's Tavern a weekly broadcast feature.
Next week, Forecast will present a full-hour show from Hollywood, a large-scale musical variety program called Of Stars and States. The cast, headed by John Bowles, will include Virginia Vale, Nan Gray, Arthur Q. Bryan, and Governor Leo Daniel of Texas. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's new. It's amazing. It's Prell, Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube.
P-R-E-L-L, Pearl Shampoo.
Prell brings you The Life of Riley. Prell, the shampoo that removes dandruff in as little as 3 minutes and leaves hair radiantly clean, radiantly lovely, presents The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Well, summer is practically over. This year, more families went off on vacations than ever before. Millions of people lived the life of Riley, except Chester A. Riley. It all started on a hot summer day last July. The Rileys were gathered around the kitchen table, eagerly studying vacation folders.
Hey, look, Pop, here's a place to go.
Where, Junior?
The Lazy Q Dude Ranch. It's in Wyoming.
Oh, no dude ranch.
Riley, how about Big Beaver Lake?
No, Dumpling, that's too near. Let's travel.
I know what, Daddy. Let's visit the Thousand Islands.
1,000 islands. Babs, talk sense. I've only got 10 days. That's 100 islands a day.
Riley, the 1,000 Islands...
Oh, here's the spot we ought to go to. Lake Louise.
Oh, that's in Canada. Now, let's be sensible. A trip like that would cost $1,000.
So what? We only live once.
All we've got in the bank is $89.
Let's just pitch a tent in the backyard.
Of course, we could stay home and go on picnic.
Oh, Mom. Well, I don't know, kids. All these places are so expensive. Hey, what are we racking my brains for? Why don't we go to the same place as last year, to the farm?
The farm?
Yeah.
Oh, no, Daddy.
Oh, nothing doing, Pop.
What's wrong? It's a great setup. Hank Stefanati will be getting his 2-week vacation, same as usual. He'll let us use his little cottage on the farm.
Riley, I will not spend my vacation on a prison farm.
But we won't be living in a cell like the others. He's a prison guard. He's got a nice cottage.
Oh, have a heart, Daddy. Who wants to spend a vacation on a prison farm?
Last summer, every time I climbed a fence, some guy took a shot at me.
Well, this year, don't wear your striped shirt.
Now, Riley, you're not going to any prison farm.
But it's only for 10 days. After that, we get parole. We leave.
I'd rather stay home this summer.
Oh, we never get to go anywhere decent like other families.
Oh, now stop complaining, Junior. Remember, your father's not a rich man.
Oh, that's right. Throw it up to me that I ain't rich.
Why, Riley, I didn't mean
let's face it. I'm a flop, that's all. A failure, a bum.
Well, you're not a flop. You're not a failure.
Oh, but I am a bum, huh?
Now, I didn't say that.
All my life I worked hard, and what did I get? Older.
Well, it's not your fault, dear. You just didn't get the break.
No, it's got nothing to do with it. It's education that counts. If I'd only gotten some kind of diploma. Now it's too late.
Oh, no, it isn't, Daddy. You could take a night course at college and get a better job.
You really think I could?
Why, sure, Pop.
Why, of course, dear.
Oh, but I read somewhere when you get to be my age, you can't absorb up education like when you were young. The brain dries up.
Oh. Well, that's nonsense.
Well, look at Einstein, Pop. His brain didn't dry up.
That's right. Sure. What am I worrying about? I bet my brain's got just as much water in it as it did 20 years ago. Maybe more. I'm signing up for a diploma tomorrow. Oh, what's a good college at night?
Well, UCLA. Yes, that's a fine school. Your boss, Mr. Stevenson, graduated from UCLA.
Okay, that's for me. I bet Stevenson will give me a big job the minute I graduate.
Oh, I just know he will.
You could take up mechanical engineering, Pop.
Sure, that's it. And when I get my diploma... Wait. Oh.
Well, what's the matter?
Money.
Well, we've got $89 to start with.
Yeah, but will that be enough? These schools must be pretty expensive, and it's tough enough meeting our bills as it is.
Well, I can get a job this summer.
So can I. We'll pay your tuition, Pop.
Oh, Peg, what wonderful kids we've got.
I know, dear.
I bet if you look through the whole country, you won't find two other kids who are putting their father through school. Pardon me, mister.
Looking for something, Mac?
Yeah, do you know which building you register for the UCLA night courses?
Oh, you're going to take a course here?
Yeah, engineering.
You must have a lot of money to throw around, Mac.
Well, no, not too much. Is it very expensive?
Is it expensive, he says. Of course, it's none of my business. Go ahead. Go to UCLA. Don't let me stop you. Go ahead.
I will. Would you mind letting go of my coat?
Oh, sorry. Now, I happen to know of a college. You heard of MIT?
Yeah, sure.
Well, this college is PIT. Pacific Institute of Technology. Happened to be a graduate myself. Civil engineering. Same course they're giving at UCLA takes 2 years. I done it at PIT in 3 months.
Only 3 months? How can they graduate you that fast?
Can you keep a secret?
Yes.
Uranium.
Oh. And you get a real diploma after only 3 months?
Yes, sir. A genuine sheepskin. By a coincidence, I happen to have my diploma on me. Here, feel it.
Yeah. That's a genuine sheepskin, all right. The wool's still on it. Only 3 months. It don't sound possible. I guess a school like that must be pretty expensive.
Not if you're bright. And I can see you're bright.
Yeah, that's obvious. But what's that got to do with it?
Dean Baxter's a friend of mine. I'm getting you a free scholarship.
A free scholarship?
I'll leave everything to your pal Benny.
Hello, Dean Baxter speaking. Oh, yes, young Dr. Pettingill. Mr. Pettingill, I have thrilling news for you, my boy. You have successfully passed the entrance examination. Welcome to PIT. Report tomorrow with the $100 tuition fee. Now, don't thank me. To share my knowledge with others is all I ask. Godspeed, my boy. Hey, Mabel, we hooked another sucker.
Oh, attaboy, Doc. That $100 will come in handy. We owe the bookmaker for the last race yesterday.
This'll cover it.
Say, Doc, when are we going to blow out of here? Supposing the cops get onto us, huh?
Relax. Will you, honey? A few more chumps. We'll have a nice little bankroll, and then we blow to Hialeah.
Talking to chumps, look out the window. Then he hooked another one.
Yeah. From the look on his kisser, this one's the prize chump of all. Okay, Mabel, roll up your stockings and hide that racing form. Remember, you're Dean of Women.
I gotcha, kid.
Take a letter, Miss Fletcher.
Come on in, Riley. Good evening, Dr. Baxter.
To Professor Albert Einstein. Dear Al, regarding the geometric problem you asked me to solve for you, Oh, Benjamin, come in.
If you're busy, Doctor.
Not at all, my boy, not at all. I was just dashing off a note to an old student of mine, Professor Einstein.
Doctor, this here is a pal of mine, Chester Riley.
Delighted to meet you, son.
Delighted to meet you, Father. Sorry, I mean, Doctor.
Mr. Riley would like to apply for a free scholarship.
Now, wait. First, I want to be sure that this school is okay.
Sorry, we're all filled up.
Filled up? Well, you couldn't find room for just one more?
It's out of the question.
Oh, well, it looks like I'll have to go to UCLA.
You do that. After all, UCLA is a pretty good school, too. You just run along now and register there.
I will. Would you mind getting off my foot?
Wait a moment.
Yes, Doctor.
It's barely possible.
Yeah, Doc.
I'll do it. As a personal favor to Benjamin, I'll make room for you.
Oh, thank you, Doctor. Thank you. I just got to get educated. When do I start?
Immediately. Provided, of course, you can pass our entrance examination.
Oh. An exam?
It's difficult. We have a high standard here. Shall we proceed?
Oh, gee, I hope I can pass.
We'll start on your mathematical reflex ratio. Name a figure.
A figure?
Any figure, like, how much money have you got in the bank?
$89.
You passed. Welcome to PIT.
Chester Riley, you promised to register at UCLA.
I know, but...
Daddy, if you're not going to UCLA, where are you going?
Give me a chance. I'm trying to tell you. You've heard of MIT? MIT? Well, this is PIT. Pitt.
Ted.
Yeah, the Pacific Institute of Technology.
I never heard of it.
Oh, but Riley, it was all settled. We decided UCLA. Your boss, Mr. Stevenson, said go to UCLA. Now, why go to a place nobody ever heard of?
Well, for one thing, it's free.
Free?
They gave me a scholarship.
A scholarship? You? They gave you a scholarship?
You, Pop?
Now, wait a minute. What's the matter with me getting a scholarship? I ain't a dope, am I? I got brains, ain't I? Look, if they want to give scholarships, it's their business.
Oh, well, as long as it isn't costing you anything, you got nothing to lose.
Well, there are a few tiny expenses.
What tiny expenses?
Well, there's a registration fee, $10, and lab fees, $15, books, $25, and then there's my fraternity pin.
Daddy, you joined a fraternity?
Oh, sure, all the engineering students in it. It's the Nuts and Bolts Club. I'm only a bolt now, but someday I hope to become a nut.
Well, don't worry. You'll make it. Riley, any other tiny expenses?
Well, there's $5 for my beanie. I'm a freshman.
Oh, Daddy, you're going to wear a beanie?
Oh, well, I'm glad you think it's funny. After all, I'm going through all this for my family.
Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy. Riley, how much do your expenses come to?
Exactly $89.
But you said it was free. It would have been cheaper to go to UCLA.
Why waste 2 years when I can get the same course, the same diploma at PIT in 3 months?
3 months? Daddy, that's impossible.
It can't be done.
It can be done. My head's made up.
Riley, how on earth can they make you a graduate engineer in 3 months?
Can you keep a secret?
Yes?
Uranium.
Uranium?
Now, don't worry, Peg. This is my big chance to get an education and get somewhere in the world. Have a little faith in me.
Well, all right.
Why, the whole thing is like a miracle. Yesterday I decided to get an education by hook or by crook. And today I'm getting it.
We'll hear the second act of the life of Riley in a moment. It's different. It's wonderful. That's what they say about Prell.
Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube.
Everybody says Prell's a wonder for 2 reasons.
First, Prell's a wonder for soft, smooth, radiant hair. Prell actually leaves hair more radiant than any soap or soap shampoo.
Second, Prell's a wonder for dandruff. Prell removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes. Examinations by a group of doctors proved it. With Prell's patented cleansing ingredient, stubborn dandruff was controlled by 2 Prell shampoos a week.
That handy Prell tube's a wonder, too. No waste, no slippery bottles.
So for hair free of unsightly dandruff, hair radiantly lovely,
get Prell. You'll sing of its wonders, too.
Prell, Prell shampoo, leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is inside. Comes in a tube, handy too. Prell, Prell shampoo.
And now back to the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. For the past 2 months, Riley's been taking a night course in engineering at a fake school. Firmly convinced he will graduate and receive a genuine diploma, we now find him cramming for the final exams.
If force A is applied to force B, which has a magnitude equal to the vector CB, then the tension resulting in the dynamic field is
Hand
equal
over
to
that
the...
paper, Babs. I was reading it.
Well, I'll be through in a minute.
Well, I had it first.
I had it first.
Children, can't you be quiet? Your father's doing his homework.
If force A is applied to force B, which
Does
has a
Pop have
magnitude...
to do his homework in the living room? I can't even listen to the radio anymore.
Oh, you and that radio. Why don't you take an interest in your father and help him with his homework?
If force A is applied to force B,
I
which
think
has...
Pop ought to quit that school.
What do you mean, quit? I'm going to graduate next Saturday.
Now, Riley, get on with your homework.
Well, it can't be much of a school. How much can you learn in 3 months?
Anyway, what business is it of yours if I'm learning anything at school?
Well, I'm putting up the dough for it.
Junior.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean anything.
Anyway, it's not your money, Junior. How can you say such a thing?
Not a girl, Babsy.
Half of it's mine.
Fine kids I got. They lend me a little money to help me get brilliant, and then they throw it up to me.
Now, dear.
What do you think I'm going to that school anyway? You think it's a pleasure for me to spend every night thinking? Believe me, it's torture.
I know, dear, I know. You're doing it for our sake.
Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy.
So am I, Pop.
Oh, that's okay, kids. Forget it. And don't worry. Wait till next Saturday when I graduate as a Bachelor of Science. You kids will be proud that you've got a bachelor for a father. Hello, Riley speaking.
Riley, this is Dean Baxter. I'm sorry I had to call you where you were.
Oh, that's okay, Dean.
Congratulations, my boy. You've passed the final examinations.
I did? Oh, that's wonderful.
And, by the way, we've set the graduation date slightly ahead.
Oh, it's not next Saturday?
No.
Well, when is it?
Right now. Something urgent has come up that requires my presence out of town. So if you want your diploma...
You bet I want it. I'll be right over.
Fine. And don't forget to bring the $50 graduation fee.
Gee, Mr. Stevenson, it's swell of you to come with me to my graduation.
Oh, it's a pleasure, Riley.
I tried to phone my family, but no one's home. And when I get my diploma, I'd like to have someone there to be proud of me.
Riley, one thing puzzles me.
Yeah?
How can UCLA give you a diploma after only 3 months?
Oh, well, I didn't go to UCLA like you told me, boss. I did the smart thing. I went to PIT, Pacific Institute of Technology.
Oh. But, Riley, my course took me 2 years.
Well, you see, at PIT, they get the most they possibly can out of every student.
You sure this school is all right?
Seeing's believing, ain't it? You just wait until you meet the dean, Dr. Baxter. He's a great man. Taught Professor Einstein everything he knows.
He what?
Here's the school now. There, see? Right in back of that garbage can.
Hey, there's quite a crowd here.
Yeah, that's for the commencement. Gee, I wish my family was there.
That's a police car, right?
Yeah. What do they do? Oh, I know. The dean said he had to leave town in a hurry, and I bet the cops are going to escort him. He's a brilliant guy, the dean. When do you meet him?
All right, come on, wise guy. Better come quietly.
Take your hands off me, cop. Stop shoving.
Who's that?
The dean. Dr. Baxter, wait, it's me. What about my diploma?
Oh, Riley, have you got the graduation fee?
Yeah, here it is, $50.
Okay, here's your diploma.
Thanks.
All right, get in the wagon, Baxter. Take it easy, copper. I was just collecting my bail.
Officer, what's going on here?
Well, this crook's been running a phony school. You'd be surprised the number of chumps fell for it. Let's go, Joe.
I bet I know who's the chump.
Riley, I'm awfully sorry about
Thanks,
this.
boss.
I've got my car here. Is there anything I can do for you?
Yeah, run me over. a mess. How can I go home after this? I wish there was a magician could make me disappear off the face of the earth.
Did you say magician or mortician?
Who's that?
Tis I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker.
Oh, it's you, Digger.
Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
Well, I don't feel fine. For 3 months I've been slaving away, digging and digging. And all of a sudden everything caved in.
I wouldn't want that to happen to me.
Why do some people have to be dishonest?
Dishonesty. A pernicious practice. Of course, in my business, we are protected by the UEP-UIC.
UEP-UIC?
The Undertakers, Embalmers, and Pallbearers Underground Investigating Committee. We check up on members of the profession to see if they have any skeletons in the closet.
You know, Digger, I was supposed to graduate from college today.
I remember when I graduated from MIT, the Morticians Institute in Tombstone. I wrote a poem with which I inspired my fellow graduates. Tomorrow we go into business with success as our only goal. May each of us have the good fortune to always wind up in a hole.
So I didn't even graduate. The dean turned out to be a big crook. Now I'm afraid to show my family my face.
I don't blame you. Take my advice. Go home. Tell your beloved brood the truth.
They'll die.
I'll go with you.
No, I'll go alone. I'll tell them.
Stout fellow. Well, cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
Riley!
Hello, Peg.
Why, what are you doing home this time of the day? Oh, you're not sick?
Well, you see, I went down to the school this afternoon.
Hey, Pop, what's that in your pocket?
Junior, wait, don't
It's
touch...
a diploma. Hey, look, Mom, a diploma from PIT.
Riley, you graduated.
Congratulations, Pop.
Oh, Daddy, give me a kiss. When did it happen?
This afternoon. They put it ahead of time. So...
Oh, you. Why didn't you tell us so we could be there?
Well, I did phone, but... Look, Peg, when I got there...
Oh, don't apologize, dear. The main thing is you graduated. Oh, it's just as well I didn't go. If I'd been there, I'd probably have cried.
So don't worry. I cried for you.
Oh, you sweet darling. I'm so proud of you. It isn't every wife who has a husband like you.
And ain't they glad?
Oh, boy, what a swell diploma. Chester A. Riley, Baccalaureate Scientist. Oh, come on, Bob. Let's hang it up.
No, you mustn't, Junior.
Why, I want it up there on the wall where everybody can see it.
But, Peg...
Riley, this is a happy occasion. Let's see a smile on your face. Well, come on now, smile.
I'm smiling.
Now go on into the kitchen and get the hammer and some nails.
But, Peg, what...
Don't be such a modest hero. Come on now.
Okay.
Well, what's the matter with Daddy? He looks sick.
Oh, it's just the excitement.
Oh, I'll see who it is. Oh, hello, Mr. Odell.
Greetings, folks. I'm glad to see you've taken the news so bravely. Smile, everybody. Let's begin.
What news?
Why, about that crooked school and the fake diploma. Fortunately, they arrested the G... Oh. Riley didn't tell you.
Why, no. We thought...
Oh, dear. There I go again. Digging somebody's grave for him. Farewell.
Gosh, Pop didn't really graduate.
Oh, poor Daddy.
Oh, my. No wonder he acted so strange.
Well, I got the hammer. But, Peg, do you really think we ought to go... Wait. Well, what's the matter? What's everybody looking so glum about? This is a happy occasion, ain't it? Well, why don't you smile? Like I'm smiling. Why are you sitting there staring at me like a... Oh, no, Joe.
Mr. Odell was just here.
Oh.
I guess there's no use hanging up this diploma now.
No. Let's hang me up instead. Oh, Peg, how could I have been so dumb? No wonder you hate me.
Oh, but we don't hate you. How can you say that, Daddy?
Gee, what's the matter with you?
You mean, in spite of what I did, wasting our money, making a fool of myself, you still love me?
Of course we love you.
What a revolting development this is.
Riley's will be back in just a moment. The whole country is talking about Prell. Letters pour into Procter & Gamble about the new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the tube, Prell. Mrs. Arthur Doherty of Long Island City writes,
My whole family says Prell is the best shampoo we ever used. Prell leaves hair so soft, shining, easy to manage.
Friends, introduce Prell to your family. They'll like the way Prell removes unsightly dandruff quickly. They'll go for Prell's handy tube. You'll agree the shampoo to sing about is...
P-R-E-L-L, Prell shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is inside. Comes in the tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L, Prell shampoo.
Well, one thing, Peg, even if the dean was a crook, I did graduate from college. That's more than a lot of guys can say, right?
Oh, yes, and I'm very proud of you.
Oh, well, goodbye, Dumplin'. I'm late for work.
Oh, don't forget your lunchbox.
But, Peg, you said I should buy lunch. You didn't have any wax paper to wrap my sandwiches.
I don't need wax paper. I used your diploma.
$89 for lunch.
Procter & Gamble invites you to join us again next week to hear the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. The script is by Alan Lipscott and Reuben Shipp with music by Lou Kozlov. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow, Digger Odell is John Brown, Jr. is Tommy Cook, Babs is Barbara Eiler, Dean Baxter is Alan Reed, Mr. Stevenson is Ken Christie, Mabel is June Foray, and the cop is Herb Vigran. The Life of Riley is produced and directed by Irving Brecker. This is Ken Carpenter reminding you that for radiantly clean, radiantly lovely hair, get the shampoo in the tube. Prell. Prell Shampoo.
She was the Duchess' daughter. Her finery looked just so. She washed them all as you oughta with wonderful ivory snow.
Ah, wonderful ivory snow, the soap that's so kind to your hands. You just know it's kind to sheer nylons and dainty lingerie. Yes, your hands will tell you why ivory snow keeps lovely washables lovely longer. Prove it by this simple test. This week, wash your dishes with ivory snow. When you see how it pampers your hands, you'll really know it's extra kind to your fine fabrics. You see, there's no other soap like it. Ivory Snow's the only soap, both ivory mild and granulated for efficiency. Makes suds instantly and lukewarm even in cool water. So let your hands tell you why Ivory Snow keeps pretty undies, print dresses, and other nice things lovely longer.
Yes, wonderful ivory snow.
S-N-O-W.
again next week when Prell, the amazing new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the tube, brings you The Life of Riley. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Granny, then. I believe that's our ring.
I dog Lum, I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, jot 'em down, store. This is Lum and Abner.
No? Let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, it looks as though Lum and Abner have acquired themselves a baby, whether they want one or not. Yesterday, just as they were about to take the baby into the county seat to turn him over to the authorities, they received a mystery note. It warned them not to hand the baby over to the police or communicate with the police in any way. It was signed by the Black Pelican. As we look in on the little community today, we find Lum in the Jot-'em Down store and library. The baby is sound asleep in the feed room, and Abner is just entering. Listen.
Yeah, morning, Lum.
Oh, morning, Abner.
I dog it, I'm fearing this is going to be another hot day.
Yeah, starting out that way, all right.
It's hot all night long, too. I just rolled and tossed.
Rolled and tossed?
Yeah, never did get to sleep hardly. Of course, part of it was on account of Grandpappy snoring so loud and talking in his sleep.
Oh, are you still staying over to the Spears' place?
Yeah, I can't stand to go home without Elizabeth and little Pearl there long. I tell you, if I don't get a hearing from my woman today, I don't know what I'm going to do. Might do something desperate, I don't know.
Well, you'll hear from her one of these days soon. She can't stay away much longer, I don't think.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean that she's just as lonesome for you as you are for her. Maybe even more so. Now, bound you, she'd just give anything to be home right this minute.
Well, why don't she come on home, then?
Because she's a woman, that's why.
How?
You see, if she done that, Abner, she'd feel like she's admitting that she done wrong and leaving you.
She would, huh?
Well, sure. Women folks always hate to admit they've made a mistake.
Well, is she aiming on staying away the rest of her life just on account of that?
No. What she'll more likely do is let you find out somewhere or other whereabouts she's at so that you'll write to her and tell her to please come home right away, and then she'll come a-flying. You just wait and see.
Well, I wish she'd hurry up and do it then. Tell you, Lum, I need her awful bad. That baby we got needs her, too. Whereabouts is the baby? Back in the feed room?
Yeah, I borrowed a little crib for him from the widow Abernathy.
Well?
Oh, her young'uns has outgrowed it.
Oh,
Cedric brung it over early this morning.
Well, how does he like the crib?
Oh, all right, I reckon.
He did?
It'll take him a little time to get used to it, of course.
Why, sure. Well, I'd just love to see him.
Well, don't go back there and look at him now. He's asleep. Might wake him up.
Yeah.
I had an awful hard time getting him to go to sleep.
He did, huh? Well, I won't go back right now, then. Have you got any more notes from that Black Pelican today?
No, none since that one we found stuck in the screen door.
Reckon who that Black Pelican is, Lum?
I don't know. I've been studying the writing in that note, but I don't recognize the hand.
You don't, huh?
Ain't nobody that's ever wrote to us before, I'm sure of that.
Well, now, why do you reckon the Black Pelican don't want us to give the baby to the police, or fact is, even tell them about it?
I don't know, but that part of it seems awful curious to me.
Oh, yes, it does.
There's bound to be something unlegal about this, or else they wouldn't be so scared of the police.
Well, do you reckon it's one of them kidnapping cases like you said the other day?
Well, I don't know. I've been studying about that some more. I sort of doubt that, Abner.
You do, huh?
That woman had come in here and left the baby appeared like such a nice lady. Just don't seem possible that she'd be mixed up in no such a thing as that.
Well, no, but them's the kind that always fools a fella, though, Lum, them innocent-looking kind.
Yeah, that's so, but still, she didn't look like the type.
You reckon she could be the Black Pelican?
Oh, no. That note was wrote by a man. I might not sure of that.
Well, I don't see how you can tell whether it's wrote by a man or whether... Well, for the land sakes.
What's the matter?
Look what's hanging on the wall back there by the feed room door, Lum. Look back there. Ain't that a woman's dress there?
Oh, that. Yeah, that's what it is. It's one of them Mother Hubbards.
Well, how'd they get here in the store? Have you hired some woman to take care of the baby?
No, I ain't hired no woman.
Well, how did that Mother Hubbard get there then?
Listen, Abner, if I tell you, will you promise not to tell nobody?
Why, no, I won't tell a soul. Honest, cross my heart. Does the dress belong to that black pelican one?
No, of course not. It belongs to me.
To you?
Well, it actually belongs to Uncle Henry Lunsford's woman, but I'm the one that's wearing it.
You mean you're wearing a woman's dress?
Well, now, don't laugh. I just do it to keep the baby from crying.
Huh?
See, whenever he starts fussing, I put on that dress and that bonnet there, and as soon as he sees me in that outfit, he stops crying right away.
Oh, he does, huh?
Yeah. More likely he thinks I'm his mama then.
His mama? Why, you don't look nothing like her, Lum. She ain't got no mustache. Or at least, she never had one the day she come in the store here.
Well, it's just a general idea of the dress and the bonnet that does it, I think. I don't let him see my face very much. I keep that sunbonnet down over my face.
Oh, well, that's a good idea. Yeah. I do know that's a good one. Put it on once. I want to see how you look in it.
No, I ain't going to do it.
Well, come on now. Just put it on for a minute. I'd love to see you in that get-up.
No, Abner, I said I weren't going to do it.
Oh, now, please do it, Lum. Pretty please.
No,
come on.
No, that dress is just to be used in case of an emergency.
Emergency?
I hope there ain't no emergencies comes up when you're here.
If you won't do it, I reckon you won't. I would just love to see you rigged up in that outfit, Lum.
And this ain't no laughing matters. Raising a young'un is serious business.
Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to do a scientific job of it, that's all.
Yeah, huh?
Average papa and mama would never stop to figure out things like this. But I just happen to be over average, so natural I study up the scientific way. The scientific way.
Emergency, Lum, emergency.
You stop crying in just a second. I know he will.
Well, it don't sound like it to me, Lum.
Well, just give him time. He'll quiet right down.
Well, Lum, you better get your outfit on now. He's set for a good long cry. I can tell. I know he is. Go on now. Go on.
You promise you won't tell nobody about this?
Well, no, of course not. Here, I'll get off the hook for you. How do you put it on? Just over your head?
That's the way I've been doing it.
Here.
Well, let go of it, Abner. I can do this better by myself.
Well, hurry up before he cries his little eyes out. Here's your bonnet now. Put that on, too.
Well, give me time.
Go ahead.
There. How do I look?
Let's see. Lum, you're the silliest looking one human I ever seen in my whole life.
Yeah, I told you not to laugh. I'm just doing this for the baby.
Oh,
the only way to stop him from... Wait a minute. I believe he stopped, ain't he?
Yeah, I believe he has. Doggy, this works pretty good, you know it. He don't even need to see you in it. All you have to do is just put it on and he stops crying.
Well, I can take it off now. Here, help me, Abner.
Yeah. Look out, Lum. There comes Grandpappy's spirit.
Oh, my goodness. Well, hurry up, get this thing off. I'll be the laughing stocks of the whole
town. Wait a minute. You ain't got time to get it off. Just stand there with your back towards him like you was a customer, and I'll get shut of him quick as I can, Lum.
Yeah, well, hurry up.
Mind it. Turn.
Yeah, howdy.
Come in, Grandpap.
How are you, Abner?
Oh, just fine. We're awful busy today, though. Maybe you better come back some other time.
No, that's all right, Abner. I won't bother you a bit. I just come over to read to the baby.
To read to him? Now, Grandpap, that baby's too young to understand reading.
Yeah, come over to read to him. I got a dandy magazine, too.
Oh, my.
You'll just love it. It's a true story magazine.
True story?
Yes, sir. It's a wonderful magazine, Abner. Interesting articles in there for him.
Yes, huh?
Yeah, I never miss it myself, and I know he'll enjoy it. Whereabouts is the little Dickens at? Back in the feed room?
Yeah, now listen, Grandpap. Now, he's asleep, and besides, he's too little to be...
Yeah, howdy, Miss Lunsford. Never seen you standing back there when I come in.
Miss Lunsford?
Yeah, I'd recognize that dress and bonnet anywhere.
Oh.
How are you, Miss Lunsford? Charity tells me you and Uncle Henry's coming over to the place for supper tonight.
Well, that'll be nice, Grandpap. Well, we'll see you later. So long, Grandpap.
What's the matter with her, Abner? Ain't she speaking to me? Is she mad about something?
Oh, no, I don't think she's mad. She just a little hard of hearing, I think. Yeah, that's it, hard of hearing. Yeah.
She weren't troubled with that yesterday?
Oh, well, this just come over today, I believe, yeah.
Oh, sassy friend.
It did, sure enough.
She just putting on. Hi, Miss Lunsford.
Now, don't holler at her, Grandpap. You'll wake up the baby.
I don't care. She can't do that to me. When I speak to somebody, I want to get spoke back to.
Oh, my.
Howdy, Miss Lunsford.
Grandpap, quit hollering now.
Well, no woman ain't going to ignore me and get away with it. I don't care who she is. Miss Lunsford, are you going to turn around and speak to me, or am I going to have to start calling your name?
Now, wait a minute, Grandpap. Grandpap, now watch yourself. Don't start insulting him. Or her, I mean.
Insulting?
Yeah.
I'm the one that's being insulted. Whereabouts is your phone at?
Why, it's right there where it always been.
Sure, I'm so mad I can't hardly see nothing.
Oh, my.
Never been so insulted in my life.
Well, here, just a minute, Grandpap. Who are you calling up for?
Never mind who I'm calling.
Well, who is it? Tell me.
Hello? Who is this? Uncle Henry?
Uh-oh.
This is Melford Spears.
Grandpap, now careful what you say to him.
Now listen here, Uncle Henry. When you get over by our place this evening, don't stop. Just keep on a-going.
Oh, my.
Yeah, that's what I said. Keep going, and don't never let me catch you around there as long as you live.
Grandpap, now don't say that.
Get away, Abner.
Right.
And one more thing, Uncle Henry, before I stop speaking to you for good. Is your woman hard of hearing?
Oh, my.
Well, I never thought she was. Goodbye. Yeah, that takes care of that snake in the weeds. Now help me carry this chair. I want to put it right in the front door.
Well, that'll block the door, Grandpap.
Of course it will. It's what I want. Especially with me sitting in it. Miss Lunford ain't leaving this door till she speaks to me. There ain't no woman that's going to ignore Milford Avery Spears and get away with it.
Andy, will you please come on?
Wait a minute, Amos. What's going on here?
It's the Amos and Andy Show. Yes, welcome to the Amos and Andy Show. Brought to you by the makers of Rinso, the soap that gets clothes Rinso White. And now to our stars, Amos and Andy. Andrew H. Brown has received many threatening letters and telephone calls during his life regarding the bills he owes around town. But today, for the first time, the head of the credit department of one of Harlem's outstanding stores is calling on Mr. Brown in person. And it looks like the gentleman means business. We find Andy sheepishly sitting at his desk as the credit manager, standing on the opposite side, tells him the facts in no uncertain terms.
Now, Brown, I'm going to tell you this straight from the shoulder, and I'm not pulling any punches.
Oh, yes.
During the past year, I have written you exactly 22 letters without the courtesy of a single reply.
I haste to write.
You do? Not only that, I have called you repeatedly, time after time, telling you that your bills must be paid, that they were 2 years past due.
Time sure flies.
Never mind that. We want our money, and we want it today.
Today?
Brown, we've come to the end of our rope. I want this account settled, and I want it settled now. From what I can understand about your credit in this community, there is no term in any credit book that can describe it. Now, I don't know what the other merchants of this community are going to do, but I can tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to demand here and now that this delinquent account be settled today.
Well, today I was a little delinky with myself.
All right, then, Brown. I want you to return the radio that you bought from us. Where is it?
Well, to tell you the truth, mister, I owed another bill, and I done sold the radio set so I could pay the other bill.
You sold our merchandise to pay another bill?
Yes, sir. You see, I owed the other bill for 3 years.
I've heard enough. Now you've done something that the law can get its teeth into. For that, you can go to jail. And, Brown, I'm going to have you put there. In other words, you are going away. If that bill is not paid in cash by 3 o'clock tomorrow, I'm going to have you put in jail. And I can do it. Goodbye.
3 o'clock tomorrow. Oh, me. Why did I sell that radio set? This summer in jail. This is serious. Oh.
Well, hello there, Andy, old pal. How is you?
Hi, Kingfish.
Just happened to be passing. Thought I'd drop in. The spirit of summer's in my veins. And, of course, that brings up the subject of vacations. And, of course, my first thoughts is of you.
Yeah.
Andy, you done thought anything about going away anytime soon?
Yeah, I is.
Yes, away from the humdrum of what we has been doing.
It's away, all right. Maybe I'll humdrum on something else while I was there.
Yes, it's nice, ain't it, Andy, even to think about it.
Well...
A place that is restful, quiet, to give you a chance to be alone with your thoughts.
You're getting closer and closer.
A place that makes you feel that you was away from the outside world. A little secluded spot where people can't get to you. You ain't bothered by the telephone. Oh, summer, beautiful time of the year, ain't it, son?
Yeah, pretty all right.
When do you think you'd like to go?
3 o'clock tomorrow.
That's pretty quick, ain't it?
Too quick. But when you gotta go, it ain't nothing you can do about it, you know.
Well, count on me, Andy. I kind of like it myself. Where's we going?
Jail.
Yeah, that would be... what is that again you say there, Andy?
Kingfish, a man was in here 3 minutes ago. He stood right up in front of me and shook his finger in my face and told me if I didn't pay my bill by 3 o'clock tomorrow, he's going to put me in jail.
Oh, what did you buy?
A radio set, 2 years ago.
Send it back.
I sold it.
They got you.
Tell me this. How can I raise $25 by tomorrow at 3 o'clock?
You know, I saw I come in here to see you. This is spoiling my vacation.
Oh, wait a minute. How can I raise it, Kingfish? I gotta.
Well, now, wait a minute, you. I got a great idea for you. Collect from the people that owes you money.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. You owe me $7.
Well, maybe we better not jump at the first idea that hits us, you. Let's put it this way. Who owes you $25 even?
25? Lewis Jackson has owed me $25 for a long time. Mm-hmm. But he's broker than I is. No, Kingfish, something tells me that starting tomorrow at 3 o'clock, I is in.
Say, wait a minute, Anna. Lewis Jackson, I just hear that he is being drafted in the Army. Why don't you go over to see him? Maybe he'd be willing to pay his debts.
Yeah, that's right. You might have got something there, Kingfish. I'll go over to see him right now.
Well, come in, Amos.
Hiya, Kingfish. Hello, Miss Van Poodle.
Charming to see you.
Yeah, where's Andy?
Well, me and Henry have been sitting here in his office. He's out trying to collect some money from Lewis Jackson.
Oh, Andy collected money? That's the first time he's been on that side of the ledger, ain't it?
Yeah, well, I'm sorry I missed him. Guess I'll be running along.
Yes, me too.
Well, I'll walk down the street with you boys. Guess I'll lock his front door.
Well, if you see Andy, why...
Say, wait a minute.
What is it?
Say, ain't that Andy in that busted-down automobile that's driving up here?
Yes, that's him, all right.
Where in the world did he get that broke-down automobile at? Why don't you do something about it, Andy?
Say, Andy, what you sitting in that broken-down thing? Why don't you turn the motor off?
I did.
Funny thing how the body keeps rattling after the motor's turned off, ain't it?
Yes, there's no such thing as a car having convulsions, is there?
Oh, let me get out of this thing here.
Yeah, where'd you get it at, Andy?
Lewis Jackson owed me $25, and he didn't have no money, so he gave me the car as part payment.
Oh, only part payment?
Yeah, when he gets out the Army, he's going to pay me the other $20.
Well, Andy, I think you made a good deal there. Is you going to keep the car?
No, Henry, I'm thinking on selling it. I need some money pretty fast.
Andy, why don't you run the car over to Bob's used car lot? He might take it off your hands right now.
Wait a minute, Andy. If Bob buys the car, that means he's going to make a profit. Now, we can sell it and make a profit ourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, y'all can do it any way you want it. Well, I got to be going. So long, fella.
I'll walk with you, Amos. So long, boy.
So long.
You know, Kingfish, I might as well take Amos's advice and try to sell the car to a used car dealer.
Yeah, there you go, taking Amos's advice again.
Well, he's my friend, ain't he?
Yeah, that's the trouble with you, Andy. You've been taking Amos's advice too long. And as your true friend, I'm going to tell you something. All these years, you has been victimized by Amos.
I is?
Oh, I tell you, Andy, Amos has done deliberately give you bad advice and brung you to the gutter where you was laying now.
How you figure that?
Yeah, well, look at the life Amos leads. Working all the time and making you look bad because you ain't working.
Yeah.
And always lending you money to give you the inferiority complex.
Yeah, that's humiliating, all right, ain't it?
Yeah. All Amos thinks about life is getting up early, going to work, getting to bed at night, and saving his money. And always advising you to do the same thing.
Yeah, that's what he tell me, all right.
Sure, Amos is in a rut and he's trying to drag you in there with him. He's supposed to be your pal. Huh. He got his furniture paid for, owns his own taxi cab. Look, you never see him spending no time at night hanging around the pool room with you, do you?
No, he's been pretty cool to me, all right.
Now he wants you to sell your car to Bob's used car lot. Call that friendship?
No. And to think I trusted that bum Amos.
And you face in jail at 3 o'clock tomorrow. Now, I'll tell you what we're going to do. There's an empty lot down on the corner. We is going to run this automobile down there, put it on the lot. Then we're going to get a big sign painted. And starting as of tomorrow morning, we is in the used car business. Well, then, today we is all set. Look at that big sign up there. Brown and Stevens, used cars that is different.
Yeah, the thing I was afraid of is that our car is too different. Say, Kingfish, don't you think we ought to clean up all this junk and all these tin cans off the lot here?
And all them tin cans make the car look more attractive. That's what they call showcasing the merchandise. That's what they do there.
3 o'clock going to be here before I know it.
Yeah, well, don't... Oh, wait a minute. Look, here come a customer.
Yeah, he's looking at the car all right, too.
Yeah, now don't act too anxious. Here, take one of these toothpicks and stick it in your mouth. You look like you has got money and just ate.
Yeah. Good morning, mister. That's a real automobile you're looking at there.
Oh, it is?
Oh, yes, sir. Just look at it all you want. You can kick them tin cans out of the way as you walk around there.
Tell me, does this thing still run?
Oh, mister, you was looking at a car that still runs after you shut it off.
Yeah, and it's had good care. We know the owners. It was owned by 2 old ladies, and all they ever used it for was to go shopping.
They must have done most of the shopping in the Rocky Mountains.
Nice car, all right.
How much you want for it?
Well, $250.
$250?
Well, that's just our asking price. We would sell it for $25.
Yeah, if you buy it before 3 o'clock.
Yeah. Too much money, boys. You see, the only reason I'm interested in the car is because I was in the junk business.
Well, wait a minute, Moser. If you in the junk business, what is you waiting for? Look at that car and tell me where you can find a better pile of junk than that.
And guaranteed, too.
I'll tell you what. I'll give you $6, including all the tin cans you got here on the lot.
$6?
Why, that's ridiculous. The tin cans alone is worth $6.
That's what I figured. And I ain't charging you nothing to take the car off the lot.
Nothing doing, mister.
All right, boys, but you're turning down a good offer.
No, let him go.
Yeah. Oh, me. Kingfish, I gotta get $25 by 3 o'clock this afternoon, you know that?
Well, now, don't get undiscouraged, Andy. There's always hope till they closes the cell door on you. See what happened, Andy, when you take advice from a fellow like Amos?
Amos?
Sure, it was his idea to sell the car in the first place. That's why we was in the used car business.
Yeah, that guy Amos done really dragging me down in a rut good this time, ain't he?
Yeah, sure is. Say, wait a minute. Who is this driving on the lot?
Hey, boys. Is this a used car lot or a parking lot?
What is you interested in?
I want to park my car.
It's a parking lot. All day parking, mister, 50 cents.
Oh, fine, thank you. I'll lock it up and leave it right here.
Yeah, sir.
Yeah, here's your money.
I'll take it.
I'll be back in a couple of hours.
Thank you, mister. Well, Andy, we done at least made $50 on the lot.
Yeah, but that ain't gonna do me no good.
Yeah, well, you can buy a good lunch with it, so that at least you can go to jail on a full stomach.
Boy, I wish this was the car we were selling. That's a revertible roadster, ain't it?
Yeah, sure is a beauty. Look at them white wall tires.
Yeah.
The paint ain't got a scratch on it. And a red canvas top. Boy, that really clears, ain't it?
Yeah, man, if I had that car...
Hello, Miss Annie. Hello, Kingsley.
Yeah.
Well, Lightning...
It's about time you got here.
You wanted me to watch the lot while y'all went to lunch, didn't you?
Yeah, we'll be back, Lightning. See if you can sell the car in the meantime.
How much I suppose I asked for it?
$250. And settle for $25 if you got it.
Yeah, the main thing is to get a $25 deposit from whoever buys it. We'll close the deal after lunch, either here or at the office.
Yeah, and don't go fall asleep around here either.
I ain't no chance of that, 'cause there ain't no place to lay down, and I get restless when I sleep standing up.
Come on, Kingfish, come on.
So long, Lightning.
So long.
Sure is a pretty car. White wall tires, new paint, and a red canvas top. Won't take long to sell that.
Well, the Kingfish and Andy left Lightning in charge of their used car lot while they went to lunch. We pick up the boys now on their way back to the lot.
Instead of me walking back to the lot, I ought to go home and pack my toothbrush and start getting ready to go to jail, you know it? My freedom is about up.
Wait a minute. Here come Lightning. Look at him. He look excited.
Yeah. What's up, Lightning? What's up?
I done sold the car. A man done bought the car, and I say he got to make a deposit, and he say all right. And he say that he'll give me $25 now and the rest later. And I say that he got to come back to the office and see you to close the deal. And he say all right. And I say you'll be there pretty quick. And he say he'll be there too. And he say with the rest of the money. And I guess that's all they say.
Lightning, did you say he give you a $25 deposit?
Yeah, sir. Here it is, $25.
Oh, Kingfish, this is great. You don't know how this makes me feel.
Yeah, I knew we could do it, Andy. Lightning, you said $25 was a deposit. How much is the man going to give us for the call altogether?
Well, I told him the price was $250, and he say he'd pay it.
$250? I wonder if the man is an antique dealer.
And any man that's willing to spend $250 for that old busted-down wreck must be half crazy. And we has got to close this deal while the crazy half is still percolating.
Yeah, well, what must we do?
Well, let's get back to the office right away so we won't miss the man.
Wait a minute. Lightning, look here. This is important. Take this $25 down to the Globe department store to the credit department. Give it to the manager. And get me a receipt.
Yeah, sir. I'll whiz right over there. So long.
So long.
Come on, Andy, to the office. Now, look, ain't you glad you didn't take Amos's advice about selling the automobile to Bob's used car lot?
You said it. That Amos not only dragged me in the gutter, but he's trying to keep me there. I sure feel better, Kingfish, now that we is going to sell this automobile.
Yeah, it's a great thing, Andy.
Oh, I'll say it is. It done kept me out of jail. I was going there at 3 o'clock today.
Say, wait a minute. Look, Andy, here come our man now. I hope that's him.
Yeah, he's coming in here, too.
Well, good afternoon, gentlemen. My name's Evan.
No.
I put a deposit on a car this morning, and now I brought the rest of the money.
Oh, how you do, Mr. Evans? Also, my name is Stevens. This is Mr. Brown. Sit down and relax your brain.
Well, here's your $225. And, gentlemen, frankly, I've been all over town looking at used cars, and yours is the best one I've seen. Sure is a fine-looking automobile.
Oh, you made a great buy there, all right.
Kingfish, don't put it in your pocket. Leave the money on the desk, will you?
Well, will you make out the bill of sale so I can get going?
Bill of what?
Bill of sale.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Making out a bill of sale here. How we do that?
Wait a minute, Anna. Don't talk ignorant in front of the gentleman. Course, we make lots of bills of sales in our business, but sometimes we're so busy we forget how we do it.
Well, just give a description of the car.
Yeah, description of the car is good.
Yeah, now, what could we say about that car?
Just put down convertible coupe, white wall tires, red canvas top.
Oh, yeah, well, you can say whatever you want, but let's get back to the description of the car here.
Yeah, let's stick to the thing we're talking about here.
Now, we'll sit down here, Andy, let's see, what must we say?
Just describe the car I bought. Convertible coupe, white wall tires, red canvas top.
I heard it again.
Me too. Kingfish.
Yeah, Andy.
You know what?
And let's not have that thought even enter our minds.
It just couldn't be.
Andy, your ear's working all right today, ain't it?
Something's wrong with him now, though.
Mine, too.
Say, what's going on here?
Mister, could I ask you just one little question?
Why, sure.
Listen good now, Kingfish.
Mister, the car that you think you was bought, by any chance, think good now, mister. Do it have a red canvas top?
Certainly.
Yeah.
Oh, me.
Well, I was back, Miss Andy. Here's your receipt from the Globe Department Store.
Yeah, fine job you has done, Lightning. You has done sold a man the wrong automobile.
Sure now.
Mr. Evans, it so happens that the car with the red top ain't ours. Would you be interested in buying that other fine, beautiful car that was standing on the lot?
You mean that old broken-down wreck?
Yeah, sir, that's it.
I demand my money back.
Here you is. Here you is, mister. $225.
Well, where's the $25 I give you for deposit?
Well, listen, mister, we just ain't got it. I had to pay a bill.
Pay a bill with my money?
Yes, sir.
All right, Brown, all right. I'm going down to the police station and swear out a warrant. And I'm coming back here with a policeman, and if you don't have that money by 4 o'clock, I'm going to have you arrested.
Oh, me. 4 o'clock.
Well, then, at least we done shoved up your arrest from 3 to 4.
Kingfish, what time is it?
2 minutes to 4, Brother Andy. But don't worry, I'll see that all your mail is forwarded to you down at the jail. By the way, what is the zone number down there?
Oh, how'd I ever get into a mess like this?
Well, it's all Amos's fault, giving you that advice about selling the car. Oh, I tell you, Andy, that Amos is out for no good.
Yeah, I guess I got him to thank for all of this. I promise you, I ain't speaking to him no more.
Now you're getting some sense. Shake hands on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know Amos ain't... hey, look who's coming.
Well, hello there, Kingfish.
Hello, Amos.
Hi, Andy.
Kingfish, tell this person that I ain't in no mood to be bothered with fair weather friends.
Oh, Andy, I don't know what you're talking about. I heard you was in trouble, and I just...
Uh-oh.
There he is, officer. Do your duty.
Which one is Andrew Brown?
That's him right there, officer. I'm George Stevens. How do we know what this is all about?
Come on, Brown. You're under arrest.
Well, officer, is you got to put them handcuffs on me. It's embarrassing on the street. Can't you just kind of take me by the coat collar and the seat of the pants?
Wait a minute, Officer Pleaser. That's why I'm here. Listen, Andy. Lightning told me the mess you was in about the money. And maybe we can settle this. Andy, I tell you what, I'll buy your car for $25 right now, and then you can pay it to this gentleman here, if that's all right with you, mister.
I don't care who gives it to me as long as I get my money.
Yeah, sir. Well, then, here you is, $25.
Kingfish, I ain't speaking to Amos. Will you thank him for me?
So you see, Ruby, I took the $25 out of our savings account, and I bought the car from Andy just when they was about to arrest him. You didn't mind, did you, honey?
Of course not, Amos. After all, Andy's your friend, and you couldn't let him go to jail.
Well, anyway, I took the car over to Bob's used car lot, where I told Andy to take it in the first place, and Bob gave me $75 for it. Yeah, he said the way the market is now, he can paint it up and put some glass in the windows and make a little profit on it.
Oh, then you made $50 on it, didn't you, Amos?
Yeah, but I took the $50 and I put it in the bank in Andy's name without telling him about it, and I ain't go tell him about it now neither. You know, he's always getting in jams, honey, and the next time when he needs it, that money is going to come in pretty handy.
That's a mighty fine thing you did, honey.
Oh, I tell you, Ruby, I feel that Andy is my best friend, and I know he feels the same way about me.
Come in, Kingfish.
Well, hello there, Andy.
I was just sitting here thinking what a wonderful thing that was that Amos done for me yesterday. He kept me out of jail. He's my best friend. I might start speaking to him again, you know it?
Well, brace yourself, Brother Andy. I got a piece of news that's going to reverse your feelings. I was passing by Bob's used car lot just now, and I see the used car in there, that you got from Lewis Jackson. And I went in, and it's the same car, all shined up with a $125 price tag on it.
$125?
That's right. I went in and I spoke to Bob, and he said that Amos Jones done sold him the car for $75. So you see there, Andy, your true friend Amos done made $50 out of your trouble, just like stealing it out of your pocket.
How do you like that? Amos cheating me. Kingfish, I'm telling you, it takes time to find out who your true friends really is.
Now here are Amos and Andy with a personal message.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen?
Hello, folks.
Tonight closes our season, and before leaving the air for the summer months, we just wanted to say a few things to our friends who may be listening. We hope that we have had some share in introducing many of you to Rinso, and if we have, then I am sure you must agree with everything Harlow Wilcox has said about this great product.
We have heard personally how Rinso has helped a lot of our listeners make their wash day a whole lot easier. And if any of you haven't tried Rinso, we hope you'll do so before we return in the fall.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, during our absence from the radio and continuing until we return on September the 22nd, our spot on this hour on Friday night over these same stations will continue to be sponsored by Rinso, who will bring you a great radio series entitled Boston Blackie.
The star of this show, based on the picture series called Boston Blackie, well, here he is, Mr. Chester Morris.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. Morris here plays the part of Blackie, who is always getting in and out of scrapes, one jump ahead of the police.
Wait a minute. He's getting away now. Yeah, let's listen.
You shouldn't have done that, Blackie. You shouldn't have hit the officer.
You sure would have disappointed me if you hadn't said that. Now, listen. I'm going out the window and down the fire escape. As soon as I get moving, you scream for Faraday. Tell him what happened, that I socked Monahan and put the handcuffs on you. Here, I better do that now. Faraday's got the key. He'll open them later. There. Now, remember, you finally work this handkerchief from around your mouth and scream. You got that?
Yes. Blackie, please remember that getting back that diamond means my marriage and my whole life's happiness.
Okay. Well, I'm off. But to tell you the truth, Miss Morey, one thing is awfully funny to me. If I get back the diamond, you get married. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if instead of Boston Blackie, from now on I'm known as Chicago Cupid.
Well, folks, that's the way it'll be going this summer in the Boston Blackie series, starting next Friday night at the same time. Still sponsored by Rinso.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it comes time to say goodbye until we return to the air in the fall.
We want to thank you listeners for your loyalty in making the Amos and Andy program possible.
We also want to thank our writers, our producers, our orchestra, its conductor, the engineers, sound effects, and the very capable actors and actresses who have assisted us for the past year.
We are now starting to prepare our shows for the fall season, and we will look forward to being with you again September the 22nd. We hope you will be listening then.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Hello, are you there? Well, we're here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 ways better. Swan soap.
Jester Swan, the new white floating soap, 8 ways better than old style floating soaps, presents Paul Whiteman. Your Swanee announcer, Bill Goodwin. Our singer, Jimmy Cash. Well, I Swan. Here are the stars of our show, George Burns and Tracy Allen. And now, let's go to George and Gracie's home.
You know, Mrs. Burns, you're the nicest people I ever worked for.
Well, thank you, Hilda.
Oh, geez, business has burnt its horn in the kitchen. I wonder if that cake in the oven is ready yet.
Well, Hilda, I'll look at it as soon as I finish washing the dishes. Oh, Hilda, look. My cake is all ruined.
Well, no wonder. You're supposed to put the icing on the cake after you bake it.
Oh, that isn't icing. All the candles melted.
Hey, Gracie.
Hilda, let him look for me.
Gracie? Hilda, have you seen Mrs. Burns?
George, look in the gymnasium.
Gracie, come on out. Come on out of the kitchen.
I'm coming.
What have you been doing in there for 2 hours?
Well, I washed the dishes, peeled the potatoes, and I baked a cake, and the whole cake...
Gracie, we've got a maid. Why are we paying Hilda?
Well, I don't know. She gives all her money to her sweetheart, Olaf.
Oh, stop with that, Olaf.
Hudson.
Hudson? The idea of you doing all the housework.
Well, the reason is I went to Magnum's and I bought Hilda a beautiful uniform for $85, and I don't think we could afford to have her soil it.
Well, that was very thoughtful because I hate to wash uniforms.
Well, anyway, I mixed a green salad, George, and it's simply delicious.
Well, it ought to be good. Nobody can mix things up like you do.
Oh, thanks, dear.
You're welcome, darling.
Now, wait till you taste it. Lettuce and tomatoes, chives and onions, and I seasoned it with pepper and salt and plenty of vinegar and water.
Water?
Yeah.
Vinegar and water?
Well, it's a new recipe of mine. I read where Mr. Ickes is asking everybody to save oil.
Well, with a thing like that, you can get a lot more mileage out of a tomato.
Well, I always say...
Well, never mind what you always say. I'm not in the mood today.
Don't be so grumpy, George. You're still upset over what happened yesterday.
Well, why shouldn't I get upset? That's the second time the insurance doctors turned me down. They say my blood pressure is higher than it should be.
Well, why worry? In times like this, everything is going up.
Imagine those doctors turning me down twice.
Well, being turned down twice never stopped you before. You finally married me.
Well, that's right, dear. It was on a Tuesday.
Yes.
Remember how we eloped?
Mm-hmm. Remember how my mother ran down the ladder to show me how to do it?
Yes, and if she hadn't tripped, she'd have spent the honeymoon with us.
Well, anyway, dear, you'll be happy to know I made an appointment with another insurance company, and you're going to be examined again today.
Well, I'll try it again. But this time I'd like things quiet so I can be calm and sort of relax when the doctors get here. The only reason I got turned down yesterday was because I was excited. It was Lasvogel's fault, that Snoopy neighbor. Kept looking in our windows.
He's certainly a Snoopy, isn't he?
Don't say he's Snoopy. He probably knows exactly what we had on our dinner table last night.
Oh, never mind, George. It was better than that macaroni and cheese he was eating.
Yeah, especially with that homemade sauce he was using.
Yeah. Hilda, the door.
Oh, that's probably the doctor.
Oh, I hope so. You look swell.
Do I?
Stick out your tongue. Now, put it back. You look better with it in.
Oh, I get it.
Oh, hello, Hilda.
Oh, hello there, Mr. Goodrich.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Well, I was in the neighborhood, so I just dropped in. Came from the park. I was feeding the swan.
You feed the swans?
Oh, why, sure, George. Why shouldn't I feed the swan? Swan feeds me.
Okay, I know you made it. Look, Bill, will you calm down, please? Calm down.
Bill, will you calm down? George has to relax today, so don't even talk loud.
Oh, well, gee, I'm sorry.
Oh, well,
Gracie.
that's all right, Bill. Incidentally, all our neighbors are talking about Swan, even Mrs. Laxvogel.
Well, and why not? And why not? Isn't Swan the first really new white floating soap since the gay 90s?
Yeah.
And yet, even though Swan is 8 ways better than old-style floating soaps, it costs no more.
I know.
So, you see, Swan gives you more real soap for your money.
Yeah, that's right, Bill. And keep talking softly.
You bet it's right, Gracie. And what's more, Swan is as white as snow, as fresh and clean-smelling as a morning in June. Swan is as pure and gentle as a baby's kiss.
Sure.
What are you two whispering about? Gracie, did you have to tell Bill that I was turned down by two insurance doctors?
George, I didn't say a word about that. We were talking about Swan soap.
You were not.
We were, too.
Oh.
And I was just going to say that Swan is not only pure and gentle, why, it's as mild as the finest imported Castile soaps.
Well, stop whispering.
I'm not whispering.
You are, too.
I'm not. Swan is swell for your complexion. It's perfect for your bath or shower. Swan comes in a green wrapper with a white swan on the front.
Go ahead, say it again.
Swan comes in a green wrapper with a white swan on the front.
Well, say it again.
Swan comes in a green wrapper.
Please, boy, please. It isn't right to whisper.
Trying to pull the wool over my... Probably somebody at the door.
Yeah? The grocery boy, would you please take those bottles to the back door? Hilda, let him in. That's our singer. Oh.
Jimmy, stop rattling those bottles. They're making me nervous.
Yes, Jimmy, and I don't want George nervous today. Here, put them under your arm like this.
Jimmy, stop dropping those bottles. Look, Jimmy, I wish you wouldn't come to rehearsal while you're making deliveries. You find the piano in the other room.
Thank you. Would there be anything else, sir?
And you're not in a grocery store.
Oh, please, George.
Will there be anything
the
else,
doctor
sir?
is coming. Relax.
Yes, George, relax. Don't let a little tinkle of a bottle upset you. You're not a nervous wreck yet.
He is, too.
I am not.
No, Bill, he is not. How can you call him a nervous wreck? And I don't understand why everybody has to keep talking all the time. Listen to me. I don't talk.
Much.
I know when to keep quiet.
Sure.
I certainly know enough to keep quiet when I'm supposed to keep quiet. I may talk a lot on the radio, but I never talk at home. And the only reason I talk on the radio is because I think it's nice to have a home.
Well, I'm going in to hear Jimmy's song.
No, George, you just sit here and be calm. Bill and I'll hear it.
Be calm. I'll never get any insurance.
Oh, why worry? If Uncle Frank got insurance, you can get insurance. You were there the day he got his.
But he was dead.
Well, you look as good as he does.
Well, thanks, Gracie.
All right, Jimmy, we're ready.
I guess I'll have to dream the rest. If you can't remember the things that we said, those nights that my shoulder held your sleepy head, if you believe that parting's best, I guess I'll have to dream the rest. I guess I'll have to dream alone of honeymoon cruises once dear to my heart, of one-room apartments where we said we'd start, of foolish things we planned to own. I guess I'll have to dream alone. I can see that your heart has gone astray. As for me, I love you the same old way. I guess I'll have to dream the rest. There'll be no friends waiting to throw shoes and rights. Those heavenly moments will never come twice. I'm thankful for the hours you've blessed. I guess I'll have to dream the rest.
Jimmy, that was swell. Let's see how George likes it.
Gracie, George is asleep.
Oh, good. Come on, Jimmy. You better go down the back way. Careful of those bottles. I don't want to wake George up.
I'll be careful.
And don't trip and fall. One of those steps is loose.
Which one?
The top one.
What was that?
Quiet. You want to wake George up?
I'll take a chance. What was that racket?
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, it's me, yeah.
George, Jimmy Cash fell down the back stairs with all that soda pop.
Well, it sounded like bedlam.
Oh, it was sarsaparilla.
Yeah, Yes, it couldn't be Bedlam. No. Bedlam comes with those paper cartons.
Yeah, 15 to a dozen.
Yeah, the tall cartons, yes. 15 to a dozen. With all this excitement, by the time the doctor gets here, I'll be a cooked goose.
Oh, Judge, can't you make Bill Goodwin happy and be a cooked swan?
All right. I'll make Bill happy. Bill, I'm a cooked swan.
Thanks, George. I'm happy.
Good. Gracie, I'm warning you. If you keep on with this talk, by the time the doctor gets here, I'm going to be a nervous wreck.
George is right, Bill. And it's your fault if he's a nervous wreck. You've got no right to be happy because George is a cooked swan. Excitement like this isn't even good for a man who's well. I'm not worried about his high blood pressure, but it's just that high blood pressure makes his heart weak.
Gracie, the doctor is
And
here.
you know he's been turned down by 2 insurance companies.
Gracie, the doctor is here.
The only way he can pass this is if the doctor is some dope and doesn't know what he's doing.
Gracie, say hello to the doctor.
How do? When a fellow's in his condition, he... Oh, the doctor. Oh, how do, Doctor? Sounds. I've just been rehearsing a scene that I did in a picture 2 years ago.
Bravo.
Oh, thanks, Bill, thanks.
Doctor, I'm Mr. Burns.
How do you do? Well, let's get started with the examination. But we must have absolute quiet and no excitement.
Why, Doctor? I haven't got blood pressure.
Perhaps not, but I have.
Oh, fine.
Now roll up your sleeve.
Oh, see, Judge, it's a good thing you washed high this morning.
Gracie, will you stop?
Now open your shirt. I want to put this stethoscope on your chest.
There's someone at the door.
Now take a deep breath.
Come in, Mr. Reisman. I'm so happy to see you.
Why, Hilton, that new uniform, you look as cute as a bug in a rug. How about giving a love to her?
Oh, Mr. Weissman. Gee, Miss, where did you learn to speak like that?
Used to play an accordion.
Hello.
Hello, Gracie.
Paul, I wish you'd teach George how to play the accordion.
Oh, Gracie, please.
Take another deep breath.
Well, get a load of that guy with the earphones. George, I knew you were old, but I didn't know you were a crystal set.
Very funny, Paul. Loosen your belt and see if you can take a bow. Well, come on, Doctor. Let's go into the library.
Please, Mr. Burns, don't walk so fast.
You mean on account of my heart?
No, the stethoscope is stretching my ears.
This way, Doc. Hey, Gracie, well, what goes with that Army show? My boys are all sitting outside in the bus. I thought we were going to the camp to entertain the soldiers today.
Oh, Paul, I had to call it off on account of Judge's examination today. I spoke to the captain on the phone, and I said to him, Captain, we can't come over and entertain the Army, but if you send the Army over here, we'll be glad to have them entertain us.
Oh, I see. I scratch your back, and you scratch mine.
Later, Paul. Anyway, the captain said he's sending over some company. Gee.
He didn't say he's sending over Company G?
That's what he said. Isn't that cute? He called me G. That's short for Gracie. So I said, thanks, K.
I see. K. That's short for Captain.
No. For his name, Clancy.
Oh.
Paul, do you think George is passing his examination?
I doubt it. He's got a heartbeat that sounds like my drummer when he gets caught in his own traps.
Say, I just thought of a wonderful idea. Paul, if you open the window and have your boys play a number, the doctor won't be able to hear George's heart, and he'll have to give George the policy. Now, don't you think that's a wonderful idea?
Anything you say, Gracie. Hey, Lugs, get ready out there. We're going to play a little bit tango. It's a little on the Latin side. A 1, a 2.
Oh, and the whole thing is my idea. My wife or my wife. What's your genius to think of a thing like that?
slacker. I'm surprised at you, Paul. You're the last man in the world I'd expect to have trouble with.
Oh, it wasn't my idea. I was only trying to help.
That's right, George. It wasn't his idea.
Well, whoever made that suggestion was silly. He had no right to listen to silly suggestions.
That's right, Paul. You shouldn't listen to silly suggestions. You know George is in there trying to get insurance.
No, never.
And you're out
Never.
here letting
Look,
boys...
Gracie, will you stop helping me? Hey, you musicians out there, will you get back in that truck and go someplace?
Si esos babosos quieren ir, bueno, pero yo me quedo aquí.
No, it's the guitar player. Yeah, and I mean you too, Senor Lee.
Senor Burns, don't shout. Man with your character should keep his voice low, too.
Look, Senor, the doctor's here to take my blood pressure.
Why, couldn't you keep up the payments?
Say, Paul, will you talk to him?
Hey, guitar player, take an 8-bar rest. Burns doesn't feel well.
If he's sick, why doesn't he do like my brother in Chicago does? He eats a dozen red chili peppers a day.
12 of those red-hot peppers?
Si, senor. Comes the first snowfall, my brother will make a fortune.
How?
Breathing on sidewalks.
Hey, Senor, why don't you go?
Si, senor. Adios, hasta luego.
Yeah, and so are you. Well, this is a fine thing. And, Gracie, I'm surprised at you. Allowing a thing like this to go on when you know how much this examination means to me. Oh, now, wait a minute, sweetheart. I didn't mean to make you cry.
George, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Gracie thought she was doing all this for you.
Oh, Gracie, please. Look, I don't like to see you cry. Look, honey, you can go and get that hat that you like so much at Magnet.
It's in my closet.
Well, I'm glad you got it, but please stop crying. Look, you can go back and get that dress you like so much, too.
It's in my closet, too.
Look, you've got a new hat and a new dress. What are you crying about?
The shoes didn't come yet.
Well, all right. Stop crying. The shoes will be here in a minute.
Mr. Burns, I have other patients to see. Do you mind if we continue?
Just a minute. Stop crying, Gracie. All right, Doc. And look, Paul and Bill, do you think you can keep quiet for 2 minutes? Now, go ahead, Doc.
Well, now sit back and relax. Now, take a deep breath.
Well, those musicians are still out there. Well, I'm going outside and I'll get rid of those guys. Say, what is this? Gracie, who are all these soldiers?
Well, George, I figured as long as you had to stay in, I'd invite a little company.
A little company? Why, there's hundreds of them.
Yeah, and don't they look nice? They must all have the same tailor.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised. Why, there are thousands.
You can close the door now, George.
Oh, fine.
George Burns and Gracie Allen?
Yes?
Company G reporting for entertainment.
Well, look, I'm sorry, Captain, but there must be a little mix-up about this entertainment. But some other time, we'd be very happy to entertain the company, you see.
Now that you soldier boys are here, I'm going to show you through the whole house and get you some refreshments.
Gracie.
Hilda. Yeah? 130 hamburgers, one with mustard.
Well, this is the last straw. Bill, will you do me a favor and show the boys through the house?
Oh, I'll be glad to, George. Company, mark time. Tried Swan, the new white floating soap, 'cause Swan is 8 ways better than any old-style floating soap. Oh, ho, it's 8 ways better. Tried Swan, the new white floating soap. Try Swan, you really oughter, 'cause Swan soap suds just twice as fast, even in the hardest water. Swan suds are so rich and thick, Swan suds are so dandy. For every soap and water task, you'll want to keep Swan handy. Forward! March! Oh, follow me, fellas, into the living room.
Well, that's a fine thing. Well, that's all I needed.
Oh, just look at that army. Aren't they the cutest bunch of boys? George, you see that tall, dark one near the end, the pretty one?
Yes.
The hamburger with the mustard for him.
Well, I hope they'll be very happy together.
So long, George. So long, Gracie. I gotta go home.
Goodbye, Paul.
Well, I'll try it again, yes. Now, take a deep breath, Mr. Burns. Say, I was mistaken. Your heart is in perfect condition.
Oh, certainly.
Well, it should be in perfect condition. He takes enough medicine for it.
Gracie, will you stop?
Now, I'll take your blood pressure, and while I take it, I'd like to ask you a few questions. Now, Mr. Burns, do you sleep sound?
Of course I sleep sound.
And you ought to hear the sound.
Look, Gracie, will you stop helping me? Oh, the army is coming.
Each cake of Swan is really twin. Swan breaks into so he happens kitchen, happens that. Follow me, I'll show you the dining room.
It was a little too low for him, I guess. Yes, well, they're right in step with my headache.
So long, George. So long, Gracie.
So long, Paul.
I thought that guy was low.
Well, I'll try it again.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Burns, did your mother and father ever have any phobias?
No, only boys and girls.
Listen, Doctor, I don't know anything about these medical terms, but I never had a sick day in my life. As a matter of fact, I'm always on my toes.
Yeah, and don't think it isn't hard to do with those flat feet.
Yeah. Gracie, why don't you do me a favor and... Oh, the army is coming in here.
I've shown the boys through all the house. I've nothing more to say, except folks that you really ought to try Swan soap today. Company, close. Try Swan.
So long, George. So long, Gracie.
So long, Paul.
Goodbye, Paul.
Say, I thought you'd gone.
You know me, brother. I'm a sucker for parades. So long.
Paul.
Hey, George, I taught the fellas here in the Army a new drill. Okay, boys, count off.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Where's better? Look, will you all be quiet for a minute? I'm dying and everybody is laughing. Doctor, I noticed that you're through.
Yes, and I've got some bad news for you, Mr. Burns. Your blood pressure is 10 points too high.
Well, to tell you the truth, Doctor, I sort of expected it.
Oh, don't be upset, sweetheart.
Well, why shouldn't I be upset? Any man would be upset. Trying to take out a $50,000 policy so he could protect his wife.
Oh, well, I don't want that kind of money. I'm not the cleverest businesswoman in the world, and if anything happened to you and you left all that money, I'd only make some silly investment and lose it. If I lost it, I'd feel awful.
Well, I guess so.
Well, sure, but now if you die, I won't have any reason to feel bad.
Well, that makes me feel very happy.
Men, to show our appreciation, let's salute George Burns and Gracie Allen. 1, 2, hello!
Hey, Doctor, George fainted.
Wait a minute. Look, this excitement has worked wonders. It's brought his blood pressure back to normal. Congratulations, Mrs. Burns. Your husband can get the insurance policy.
Well, isn't that wonderful? George passed the examination. It just shows you what a little quiet can do. Now he's strong and healthy and a perfect
Well, I got my insurance the hard way after all. Now, Gracie will sing Don't Stand There, Do Something.
There's a moon in the sky. There's a love light in your eye. Well, don't just stand there, do something. I'm falling in love. What have you got to fear? Can't you see the coast is clear? Well, don't just stand there, do something. I'm falling in love. Can't you make your mind up? Don't wait till the moon is gone. Clock will need a wind up. For time marches on. Take some good advice. Don't you want some shoes and rides? Well, don't just stand there, do something. I'm falling in love. Girl, boy, bench top, breeze, trees, night dark. Well, don't just stand there, do something. I'm falling in love. Eyes, lips, girl bold, arms, charm, boy cold.
just stand there, do something. I'm falling in love. Why must I remind you? This night will be gone too soon. Guess you just resigned to make a fool of the moon. You're like a cake of ice. Say, what are you, man or mice? Act as if you knew something. Don't just stand there, do something. 'Cause I'm falling in love.
Remember, folks, buy Swan. Try Swan. See for yourself if Swan isn't really 8 ways better than old-style floating soap. Lever Brothers, the makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in again next week, same time. Until then, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I Swan. Why don't you?